Emperor Grievous, yo. Thank you for joining me today. We gotta make some green screens of Muffin. The last video had a bit of an issue. The audio issue was copyright issue. For some reason, even though it said copyright check, no problems found, well, they found problems with it after the fact. I guess it had to do with the little bit of ambient music that was playing in the background. You know when Obi-Wan is sneaking around the Death Star? There's like a little bit of that ambient music playing. Well, that's what they got me on. Sad. And I was thinking about it too. I said, most likely this music is probably going to be a problem. And then I was like, but it'll be fine. And then when the copyright check went through and it said everything was fine, I was like, oh, okay. But it was manually claimed. It was manually claimed after the fact. Fucking bullshit. Anyway. Melon Playground Guy says, working on a green screen for Commander Andrew, so I won't be in chat much. Oh, you're working on a green screen. Oh, interesting. Make sure to post it on your channel so I can see what it is. Alright. Let's get this shit on the road.
Sheila, what are you doing? Let us know!
Lairdman Alkeener says, I can't believe my eyes. It seems JarJarStudios streaming. Yeah, it's me streaming. An editing stream. I'm not playing video games right now.
My restaurant! Ah! This doesn't mean we're finished!
My restaurant! Loop-de-loop. Yo, what's going on? Loop-de-loop Adventures is here.
Louie. Maybe we'll just go to the... Shipping!
Delta Ray Studios. Yo, what's going on? Loop-de-loop says, Jar Jar, what happened to the game with Bad Kane? I finished it. I destroyed the world. You didn't see that? I finished it, and then I used the cheat to add more Magicka to the Magicka pool, and then I got some really, and then I made some really extremely high-level spells, and I blew everyone up. I pretty much completed all the quests in the game, so there was no point in continuing my playthrough. Lerdman Alkeener says, so sad. Why JarJar Studios refused to join my Zombie Rising gang? Your Zombie Rising gang? Since when did you have a gang of zombies? Erdman Alkeener says, as Anakin said, liar, you completely not complete anything. Show me your proofs. The proof is on the live stream. Go watch the live stream. You obviously didn't see the live stream where I completed it because you didn't tune in. That's not my problem. It's not my fault. You should have notifications on. Wait, what? Oh, Melon Playground guy says, I object, there's no proof. Lerdman Keener says, no. Loop-de-loop says, wait, oh, Emperor Grievous says, Loop-de shall be removed from the comrade list. What? Why? Delta Ray says, how y'all doing? I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? Loop-de-loop says, what makes Lerdman better? Well, I hate to admit it, but Lerdman Alkeener helped to propel me to stardom recently. If you remember, Lerdman Alkeener was the very first one that threw money at me to make a video. And it just so happened to be a Bluey video. And Bluey is what kicked off my latest meme success that happened. And so, in a way, I owe it to Lerdman Alkeener. So thank you so much, Lerdman. If it wasn't for him dropping like a few $100 super chats, you know, there wouldn't have been any Bluey videos at all. Like, I wouldn't have even thought to make them. It was only because of those. So I think that makes Lerdman Alkeener pretty special to the channel. My top video right now, 1.9 million views. That one, I made that one because of Lerdman Alkeener. So, although he didn't pay for that one directly, he did influence it. So, Loop-de-loop says, if you ditch your friend for no reason, that makes you a bad friend. Yeah, it does. I mean, well, it depends on what kind of friend it is, you know? Not all friendships are the same. Some friendships are friendships of convenience. Like, say you have friends that you play soccer with, and you only are friends with them because you play soccer. For the most part, like, you could be good friends, but once you stop playing soccer, then you usually stop hanging out with the people that you played soccer with. Erdman Alkino says, I became so scared of Bluey that I became a sentry turret even. Well, Erdman, if you ever decide to drop another $100 super chat, I'll definitely make a sentry turret video for you. For sure. I would do that for you. Emperor Grievous says, since you didn't catch on, you weren't removed, I wanted to see your reaction. Wow. So it was like a psychological torture experiment. Emperor Grievous says, what else do I have on my to-do list? Erdman Alkiner says, so I've been invited somewhere where I don't know who I am are. Huh? Loop-de-loop says, at least I didn't crash out. I just tried to reason. Very, very commendable. You didn't react emotionally to General Grievous's torture, psychological torture. Instead, you fought back with facts and logic. Very good. Emperor Grievous says, I had breakfast, I had lunch, I did my exercises, I fed Ozzy. I feel like I'm forgetting something. You probably didn't feed Gore. Oh yeah, that's right. Gore's dead. The Jedi killed him. Loop-de-loop says, I played gold on Thursday. You know what? Last night I got demoted. I got demoted. I played a game of League of Legends. I got demoted to Silver 1. You know, at one point in time I used to be diamond. I used to be diamond in League of Legends. Now I can't even get to gold. Can't even get to gold 1. What happened to the game? Am I that bad now? Am I really that bad at the game now? Or maybe it's just because I'm playing jungle or something. Loop-de-Loop says Keller and Beck the GOAT. Alertman Alkeener says my allegiance belong to Republic to democracy. Very good, very good. El Toro and 305 says howdy, yo. Welcome, El Toro. ¿Cómo estás? Viva la Mexico. Nerdman Alkeener says cooldown in rank. You know, even though I lost, that was, you know, I was actually pretty chill about it. I don't know, I was just in the right mind state where even though I got demoted to silver 1, I didn't even care. Everyone else on my team was freaking out though. They were losing their shit. I think that's why I was just so over the game, because our mid laner Ziggs was just constantly spam pinging me. He's like, no, do this, do that. No, you're so terrible at the game. I'm guessing this is your first time. It's like, bro, just shut up. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Let me play the game. Leave me alone. But that people just can't help themselves. They have to insult you if you're losing. Like, what? But why though? Why do you have to be so rude? We'll start right here. El Toro says, I'm from Texas, brother. Anyways, I'm gonna go to Buffalo Wild Wings. I'll catch y'all later. You're from Texas? You're going to Buffalo Wild Wings? I'm from Texas. Going to watch the game at Buffalo Wild Wings. Going to watch UFC. Going to watch UFC at Buffalo Wild Wings. Hardcore MMA. Boxing. Lordman Alkeener says, leave me alone, screams while farming line. JarJarStudios replied, I was farming. I was trying to vibe. That game, it was a help, I can't vibe kind of game. My team was just, because they were making stupid decisions, and then they just blame they just blame it on me. Lordman Alkeener says JarJarStudios too good voice acting. He should have been Japanese K-pop star. I don't think I can do a good Japanese accent though. I can do Texas, but I mean, it's not too different, I guess, from my own. I mean, that's my language. English is my language, so I can do English accents. I mean, some, not like actual English accents. I can do American accents, because I'm an American, obviously. Emperor Grievous says, I have returned. Welcome back, Emperor Grievous. You're back. Very good, very good. I will say this only once. You are a slave, Vader. You will always be beneath me. If you attack me again, I will destroy you. I will destroy you. How dare you? How dare you raise your hand against your Emperor? I will say this only once. You are beneath me. You are beneath me, Lord Vader. Lord Menakino says, it's like, hey, you, JarJarStudios, you shall stand at this thing, not at that other thing. JarJarStudios reported like that, I assume. Yeah, it was like that. They're like... Well, no one said they were gonna report me, but they were like, oh, this is his first, this must be his first time playing the game. And it's like, bro, you cannot be playing the game for the first time if you're playing ranked. Also, you can see I have an honor icon. Obviously, it's not my first time playing the game. Just cause you're having a bad game doesn't mean you need to poke at someone and be like, oh, this must be your first time. Looks like you suck at the game. Like, can I have a bad game? Am I allowed to have that? Hey, Xavier's animation, yo, what's going on? You know, you're gonna have bad game from time to time, you know? It's not against the terms of service to have bad games. Lord Menakino says, no, if you do like this, then do this, then get this. But if you try like this and so like this before this, then is not going to be like that there, but like is this here and there. You got this? Yeah, something like that. Darth Loop just says, Xavier, there is no official release date. Okay, well, yo, hey, epilepsy seizure warning. I don't know why this is... You pause it and it's... This thing, for some reason, it's been glitching out lately. You pause it and it starts freaking out. You have to, like, manually press a frame. Otherwise, it starts losing its mind. Now, we don't want Bluey in this frame, so we're going to start another keyframe here. We'll highlight Muffin again, and then we will delete Bluey from this picture. You do not belong, and neither do these 2 doggies right here. Lord Menalketer says, Qui-Gon, you've been freed. You're no longer a slave. Anakin, wow. Thank you, Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon says, LOL, call me master. Yeah. I think I remember saying that before. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have thought of that joke before. It is a funny joke. It is a funny joke, but had I not told it before, I'd probably laugh at it. You're gonna have to get some original jokes, Lerdman. I know you stole that from someone. Uganda Echidna, yo, what's going on? Uganda Echidna knows the way. Unlike the unlike the people who make the Mandalorian TV show, Uganda Echidna knows the way. Oops. Nope. Alright, let's go. This is good. I like how it leaves behind a mouth at the end. Uganda Echidna says, I went to find a way in Florida. Uganda Echidna says, I received no welcome or welcome back. What do you mean? I just welcomed you. I acknowledged you when you entered. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is this? You saying I didn't welcome you? What are you talking about? Lerdman Alkiner says, I had a joke about paper today, but it was terrible. That's so funny. Here's what I gotta say to that.
I want you to get out of this office right now. I don't want you here. Out! Out! Out!
Uganda Echidna says, only Jar Jar welcomed me. He is true Buddha. Oh, okay. Yeah. Everyone else, hey. Hey, everyone, say hi to Uganda Echidna. Welcome him back from his trip in Florida. He went to find a way for us in Florida, the land of the oranges and bananas and old people that want to retire. One day maybe I will be in Florida, perhaps retiring, laying on Miami Beach. Soaking up the sun, getting skin cancer, you know? Getting skin cancer. Uganda says, I encountered the mighty alligator. What, you went to Gatorland? Did you go to Gatorland at Florida? Did you see the albino alligators? Do they still have those, or did they all die? Last time I was there, they had some albino alligators. Hopefully they're not all dead. Hopefully the scientists have found a way to breed more albino alligators. Uganda Echidna says, I was walking and found one. Oh, I totally forgot. I need to... Nerdman Akino says, okay, Jar Jar Studios, I got you are a Yog Sothoth. Huh? A what? Oh, Joe Andrew is here, yo. Welcome. How you doing? Melon Playground guy says, almost done with the Peter Griffin green screen. Peter Griffin green screen? What are you doing with Peter Griffin? Huh? You think Family Guy is funny? You think that show is funny? Family Guy? Did I already export it? Uganda Echidna says, "The Peter is not acceptable." That's right, it's not acceptable. General Andrew says, "Me and Melon are making Palpatine versus Peter Griffin because you won't." I could make that. Who's paying? That's the question is, who's paying? I can make that. You want to save up $100 super chat? I'll make Palpatine versus Peter Griffin for $100 super chat. I will. I'll do it. Uganda Echidna says, "Melon has lost the trust of my people." General Andrew says, "Yeah, but you won't, so I will." I just told you I would. I would. Money? Huh? I'll do it. Uganda Echidna says, "Instead of bringing our meme back, you make Peter propaganda." Yeah, what happened to bringing back the meme? What happened to bringing back the memes, Melon? What's going on with that? I expect more. I think your audience does too. Wow, that was perfect. I didn't even have to change anything. Melon Playground guy says because they are so dumb they're going extinct. Dang. Xavier's animation says Echidna, I hate to say this, but in the future, Echidna tribe will be extinct. Uganda Echidna says memes go extinct when too many people forget about them. That's so deep. Yo, it's Commander Andrew.
General for the last damn time. How many times do I have to say
You
that?
said that for the last time last time.
Yeah, because you won't remember it. You won't remember it.
Get it right. Commander.
Yes, you get it right. It's
You
General.
call yourself General. You don't even have an army.
yes, I do.
What army? Oh yeah, you
Melon
and what
I have
army?
control of Melon Army.
The Melon
Me and
Army?
I have-
That Melon Army belongs
Yes,
to Melon, not to you. Come on.
Yes, it does. I'm his second in command, so I have half.
You're the second.
Come on
You're
now.
not the second in command.
Melon, can you fact check this for me? Actually, as a matter of fact, join the Discord call.
Fact check, Melon. Can we get a fact check?
Fact checked.
All right. We're gonna Google this. Who is
It's not gonna have it on Google.
General of the Melon Army?
You're googling it?
Yeah.
Actually, wait.
Who is
No,
General
don't Google
of
it.
the Melon Army?
Don't Google it.
It says, it looks like it's not here. That sucks. That's too bad.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I know. It means you're not General of the Melon Army. It's not there.
It's not on Google. So I want to have a low profile. You know who I am.
Anyway.
I like keeping a low profile. So speaking of Melon and me are making Peter Griffin versus Palpatine. It's been in the making for 2 days now. I only just recently got Melon on board to help me out with it.
It better look good.
Huh?
It better look good.
I have half of it already done. I'm gonna send it into the Discord group chat.
Yeah, you should post the little gifs on Discord so people can see what it looks like.
I sent the video we have done so far. Well, this is the video I took when I first got done with it. I made some improvements, but this is roughly what we got done so far. Yes, Melon? You have a question? So it's in the Discord group chat if you want to check it out.
Melon Playground guy says it's the Melon Army, not the Andrew Army. Oh, look at that. Corrected.
This isn't fair. It's outrageous. How can I be a general and not have an army?
All right, good beginning. But you need to.
I made some
But you need
improvements
to.
to that,
Yeah.
so it, like,
You gotta clean it up so that the one guard is in front of.
yeah, that's what I did. I did that. So I realized that after I finished that part of it, I realized that Asher, shut up. Sorry. I realized that it was over the red guard, so I had to fix that.
Yeah.
And I apologize about the dogs.
And also the tracking. You should make Peter Griffin move with the rest of the scene.
I also fixed that too. Like I said, that was like
Alright.
minutes after I finished
Okay,
this part of it.
good.
And I gotta do a lot more improvements when I'm done. I just
Yeah.
doing like the actual like setup of it. You know what I mean? I do the video first and then I fix everything after I'm done with it. Melon right now is making the electrocuting green screen. I don't have that one and I can't make green screens. I don't know how.
Oh,
Because I'm an idiot.
come on. Just use this thing. It costs money though.
I use CapCut to do all this.
CapCut.
Yeah. See?
Gimbal says.
Okay, Bates.
Gimbal says
See you later.
Loki would love to become a woke star just to tease this guy. A woke star.
Who said that?
Gimbo. He's.
Oh, Gimbo. I actually just found some of Gimbo's videos and they're hilarious. I love them.
Yeah.
I found Gimbo's channel randomly. I wasn't even trying to look for him, and his videos were hilarious.
You found him. I thought you would have found him
Yes, I
already.
did.
His channel was bigger than mine before YouTube attacked him.
YouTube attacked him?
Yeah. That's.
What happened?
He was growing in subscribers and stuff, and they hit him with a bunch of copyright stuff. It was because he was posting segments of the horrible interviews that they were doing about the Acolyte, and then he was posting George Lucas clips alongside it, and they said it was reused content, so they were claiming that he didn't edit it enough. I personally think it was I think it was fine, because he wasn't like posting the entire interview. He was just posting certain segments of the interview, and it was for purposes of commentary, although he might have gotten away with it if he had actually added his own commentary over it, because most of the commentary was in the comments section. So
That sucks.
I suppose you could say they got him on a technicality.
Alright, Jar Jar, I'm gonna leave real quick to eat, and I'll be right back to join back in group chat, alright?
Alright, go eat your Fruit Loops.
Fruit Loop, it's pizza.
Pizza?
Come on now. Something you can't have.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, peace out, Jar Jar. I'll be right back.
Uganda Echidna says, goodbye, my Bruda, I will leave now. Hey, thank you for being here, Uganda Echidna. Xavier's Animation says, I'm going AFK now. Hey, well, as long as you leave the stream running, then it's fine. Uganda Kidney says, when I'm fading away, I'll think about you, Jar Jar. Thank you. Think about me? Thank you so much. Emperor Palpatine says, hey, what I'd miss. You missed the first 55 minutes of the stream. That's what you missed. I posted in the chat that I was live. Why weren't you here first? That's the question. The question is, how come you were here so late? Emperor Grievous says, I returned from playing Mario Kart. Welcome back. Emperor Grievous was first, actually. The one true Emperor. Emperor Grievous. Do you not have language? Do you not have language? Do you not have notifications? Do you not have I'm so upset that I can't even speak English anymore. Emperor Palpatine. Do you know how upset I am that you didn't come here early? Do you have the notification bell rung? Emperor Palpatine says, "Is this about my bad language on Discord? I'm sorry about that. I was seriously freaked out by that movie, Megan." Oh, you're scared, were you, huh? Why would you be scared? If anyone was going to have like a robot companion doll, I think it would be Palpatine. So I think you shouldn't be scared of Megan. You probably had your own robot. You had your own robot servants. Emperor Palpatine. Jar Jar, don't make a scene. Jar Jar, don't make a scene, please. I'm sorry I didn't arrive at the live stream sooner. I have no excuse. I'm too weak. Emperor Grievous says, so you're scared of robotic girls' disappointment. Emperor Palpatine says, I'm scared of little robotic girls, Grievous. I'm not pathetic. I am not pathetic. I am scared of little robotic girls, Grievous. The end of the war is near, General. Soon I will have a new apprentice. One far younger and more powerful. But what about the loss of Count Dooku? Soon I will have a new apprentice. Bro, it's not... Ugh. Not loading. What if I take away these two? No, that didn't do anything. I'll just have to manually fix it. Shoot. Whatever. Xavier's animation says, dude, they literally made a character advertise something in the Garfield movie. That's so disgusting. Modernity, am I right? They gotta put commercials in the Garfield movie. It wasn't enough for them to play previews before the movie. They have to play commercials during the movie. Emperor Palpatine says, seriously, why'd it have to be a kid robot? I'm already freaked out by the children enough. They're just weird. They're like little people. Yeah, that is kind of spooky, isn't it? It's to help little kids who have lost people in their lives. That's why they give them AI doll companions, you know? To protect them and to love them. But instead, she turned out to be a ruthless killer. Emperor Grievous says, it's a small human, you know easy that is to punt. I'm sure Emperor Grievous would do something like that. Hunting small humans is Emperor Grievous's speciality. Punting Padawans is his speciality. You fool, I've been trained in your child punting ways by Count Dooku. He taught me everything about punting children. Emperor Palpatine says, wait, you saw the movie too, Jar? I did not see the movie. I just watched clips of it on YouTube. I know what the movie is about. You could even know, even if you hadn't watched any clips on YouTube, you could know what the movie's about by watching the trailer. I saw the trailer, and then after the movie came out, I watched the clips of it. I did not go to see it because why would I? I mean, it's basically the plot of like Chucky, except it's not inhabited by like the ghost of someone. It's just an AI robot. Xavier's animation says, watched what? I have stream on mute. The Megan movie.
I'm back. I have returned from my meal.
You returned 2 pounds heavier.
What do you mean 2 pounds heavier?
2 pounds of pizza. Drinking orange soda.
That is... take a guess what I'm drinking. Just take a guess what I'm drinking.
Monster Energy.
Alcohol.
Bruh.
I'm just kidding. I'm drinking Dr. Pepper like always. You know me, Jar Jar.
Bro, Dr. Pepper, no!
What do you mean no? Why do you sound disappointed?
You shouldn't be drinking soda. What are you trying to...
I know, I'm trying to quit.
You're not trying to quit, you're drinking one right now! Anyone who is doing the thing that they're saying they're trying not to do is not trying to not do the thing. I'm trying to quit. I'm trying to quit smoking. Here, give me another cigarette. I'm trying to quit. You can't get on to your dad about smoking if you're drinking soda. Drinking soda is literally just as bad as smoking. And that's just a fact. That is a fact. It's just as bad.
My dad would beg to differ with that.
Yeah, well, your dad probably drinks soda and smokes at the same time, so that doesn't count. So, opinion invalidated.
He drinks beer, so.
Bro, okay, beer is just as bad. Pick your poison. Alright, beer, soda. Soda is like beer, okay? All that fructose is going to your liver. Beer, all the alcohol is going to your liver. So... Stop drinking beer. If you want your dad to stop smoking, you have to first set an example of self-control. And you're not doing that. You're still drinking your Dr. Pepper because it's sweet, sweet, delicious nectar. I know how good it tastes. I've had it before, but you got to stop drinking it because it will rot your teeth, guaranteed. You will get cavities, and you'll get more cavities, and because the acids in the soda just melt your teeth away. They don't when you're young because you are able to regenerate it fast enough. Actually, they do. Even when you're young, people will still get cavities, but some people get away with it. Some people get away with it early, and it doesn't happen till later. There was a guy. I used to work with. He had a molar that was like completely black because it was just rotten to the core. And if he didn't go to the dentist to get it fixed, he would have died. Because he would have died of like a tooth infection. So
that's
stop.
That's the thing about.
Stop drinking. Stop drinking that stuff. It's just poison. Get seltzer water. Have your parents buy seltzer water. Say, I don't want to drink Dr. Pepper anymore. And just deal with the seltzer water. The seltzer water, it must be plain, just carbonated water, cannot have any acid in it. No acids. If it says citric acid on the back, if it says tartaric acid on the ingredients, you can't have it. Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
No, I mean I'm gonna do what you told me to do.
Doesn't matter. It's not my life. It's yours. You do whatever you want.
No.
You wanna destroy your teeth? Do it. I don't care.
I know you don't care, but I'm just saying I'm gonna follow your advice.
I know you don't care, but I'm not paying the dentist bill, so I don't care.
You have the money to pay for it. I'm broke. You have to pay for it.
Well, there are places where you can get free dentistry, but it's because they.
Oh wait, no, never mind. It's free in America.
There's free dentistry places for. It's for dental students that are learning dentistry that you can get free dental done at some of those places. If not, it might be extremely discounted or just free because they do it just for their schooling. Obviously, you're dealing with people that could probably make mistakes because they're new, because they're doing it for school. but it is very affordable.
I'm gonna look into it, but I'm not gonna be looking for jobs anytime soon because I'm 13. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying you have to work there. I'm just saying if you need
Oh.
dentistry and you don't have the money, you can go there. Even though you won't get as good a service because you'll be dealing with dental students that are training to be dentists, it's also free. So you can get... Yeah, I don't know where... I don't know. I've never been to one of those places. I just know that they exist. That...
I'd rather just pay my money than risk somebody ruining my mouth forever.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure they have supervisors.
It's a solid,
I'm pretty sure they have
I just
people
feel like
that
50 chance.
know what they're doing there, and that can guide and direct those people.
I don't think that's allowed. I think they have to like do their own thing without like. Well, you know what? Probably.
Well, it's a school. Obviously, there are people there that know what they're doing that are telling the other people that don't know what they're doing. What would be the point of sending people to dentist school where they just do whatever they want?
They
just sent me to this place and I'm gonna get my dentist license. I don't know what I'm doing and no one told me what to do, but let's just take a look inside that mouth of yours. Say, well, what does this tool do? I don't know. Let's stick it in your mouth and see what happens. Emperor Grievous says, hit those notes clean. Oh, don't you worry about a thing.
I have returned.
Emperor Palpatine says, tell me what a book is, Jar Jar. Probably something you shouldn't read.
What?
That's what a book is. Something you shouldn't read.
Yeah, probably. I apologize for noise. My sister's in the background.
She's doing TikTok dances.
Oh my! Where are the cameras?
Mom, get the camera!
No, I mean, where are the cameras? How do you know?
Cause that's what little girls do. They make TikTok dances.
Oh no, she's older than me. She's 1.5 years older than me.
Yeah, she's still a little girl. Whatever.
15.
Yeah, 15. She's a little girl. That's what 15-year-old girls do. They make TikTok dances. Sometimes I think that's all they do. It's like, come on. Get a hobby.
She's playing Fortnite.
Fortnite?
She's playing Fortnite.
Oh, she's a gamer. Okay.
Yeah.
Epic. She's a cool gamer. All right.
Yeah.
She's hip with the bros. Pick me.
No.
She got some pick me energy. I'm a gamer too.
Yeah, I know. She abuses her boyfriends though. She's abusive to her boyfriends.
And they
though.
probably deserve it.
Yeah, most of the boyfriends are abusive. I mean, most of the boyfriends she abuses.
Well, I mean, you get what you pick, you know. So.
Oh, she abuses my dad too.
She abuses your... Well, that's not right. That's not right. You should always love your parents. They kept you alive this... They kept you alive this long, so...
I love my dad.
You better.
She just said no, I don't.
No, I don't love my dad. No. He doesn't let me wear what I want. He says I can't wear... He says I can't wear short shorts. I don't like that. He doesn't let me go out. He doesn't let me go out on dates.
I mean, accurate. Accurate.
Emperor Grievous says, so he incorporated it into his comments. Huh?
Well, you know what? Me and my older sister are technically the youngest children.
What?
I have a lot of older siblings
Why wasn't I told?
because I don't know them.
You
I never met them.
You can't do this to me. What do you mean?
I have four older siblings. Of course, my sister. I have one more sister and two older brothers.
Hey, you got an older sister.
I never met any of them though. I never met any of them though.
How old is your dad?
44.
Oh, this is like his second or third time.
Not even.
What, his fourth time?
I feel like fifth time. From the math I'm doing in my head, fifth time.
Spreading his seed. Okay. Making more. He's helping to make up for the lack of babies everyone else is making. Okay.
Yeah, but he never even spoke to three of his children.
Oh, well.
Their mom won't allow it.
That's unfortunate, but you know, the state of the country, you either have children with no fathers or you have no children at all, and then the country's not there anymore. Actually, it might be better with the latter, actually.
Palpatine, I don't think you love your dad because you literally killed him.
He killed his dad?
Yeah.
Like how? Like he poisoned him?
No. Have you read the Darth Plagueis novel or the Palpatine novel?
Oh, Palpatine. I was like, wait, what? I thought you were talking about your dad. I was like, your dad killed his dad? What?
No. No, God, no.
That's what I thought you were. I was like, that's terrible. That's horrible.
No, Palpatine killed his father.
Yeah, we all know Palpatine's a maniac. He killed a bunch of people. And nobody found out about it. Suddenly, everyone around him, all of his family just started dropping like flies. No red flags were raised. No one said, hey, should this guy be a senator? His entire family got killed, and he seems to be pretty happy about it.
Palpatine is, yeah, I guess Palpatine is a maniac. Shameless maniac. He's walking around all happy, knowing that he killed his parents.
That's terrible.
Emperor Palpatine says, "Excuse you, Jar Jar."
Emperor
remember this.
Emperor Palpatine.
Palpatine, remember this. You're the apprentice and he's the master. Remember that. Anyways, continue, Palpatine.
Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine.
Wait, if he's emperor, what does that make you?
I'm the supreme emperor. I'm the supreme leader.
Wow.
He's the emperor, but I'm the supreme leader. I just let him have that little title of his so he can feel good about himself. I mean, he earned it. He earned it. He did a lot of work. You know, so he deserves it.
Emperor Grievous says, "I'm a murderous metal maniac."
Yeah, he is.
MMM. Murderous metal maniac.
A triple M? Whoa.
Yep.
Epic.
Wait, so if Emperor Grievous is Emperor Grievous and Emperor Palpatine is Emperor Palpatine, then who's the true emperor?
Emperor Grievous is obviously the emperor of the droid army. Is Palpatine emperor of the droid army? I thought he was head of the Republic.
He was at some point.
He was.
He did control both sides of the war, remember?
Yeah, but he wasn't called emperor then. He was just called chancellor. So, Emperor Grievous can still be Emperor Grievous. Emperor of the droid army. But what about the loss of Count Dooku?
What about the loss of Count Dooku?
His death was a necessary loss. Soon I will have a new apprentice, one far younger and more powerful.
Emperor Palpatine says, Jar Jar, you said I got this rank because you like those drawings I made you. You said you like them. You put them on the fridge.
Drawings? Well, I had to discard those. Those honestly were the worst plans. Because he drew me up some plans of the Death Star, but the Death Star was square in the plans that he made, and the shape just didn't appeal to me. So I was like, we're not gonna have like a giant death cube in space. That's too on the nose. We'll go with like a planet looking type thing.
I feel bad for Palpatine.
What if in Star Wars the Death Star was a giant black cube?
Well, then it would probably collapse in on itself.
Collapse? Because the gravity. The gravity created by such a massive space station.
It just wouldn't work. Palpatine says, Jar Jar! With the crying emoji.
Poor Palpatine.
No, not poor Palpatine. He deserves it for killing his mom.
He didn't kill his mom.
This thing did.
She fell down the stairs.
Yeah, because he pushed her.
No, he didn't push her. She just fell down the stairs. He didn't kill his mom. It was an accident.
He said, but I kept He says, but I kept my colors inside the lines like he told me to. With crying. Wow, Palpatine's upset.
It doesn't matter if you kept the colors inside the lines. The shape of the Death Star was wrong. So I had to have bugs. I literally had to have literal bugs draw up the plans for me on Geonosis. Because you didn't know, because you couldn't draw, you couldn't draw a proper space station. So I
apologize for the background noise. That's the PS5.
I didn't hear anything.
Hold on one second, I'm gonna mute. Hey! Calm it down. Stupid dogs.
I didn't hear the dogs, so...
Bruh, I forgot to mute.
I didn't hear them. Didn't hear the dogs, didn't hear the PlayStation.
I can hear the dogs loud and clear, and they're fighting. Palpatine and me are, I guess. Palpatine hates me.
You know, I have a TikTok. I haven't checked it in like 2 weeks.
I went to your TikTok. I didn't comment on it because I'm not allowed to have it, but I've seen your TikTok.
Yeah. All the videos have like...
You don't really post on there.
All the videos have like 4 views. I remember at some point... before, because I had a TikTok, I deleted it, and then I made another one.
Why?
Because, you know, I was getting like 40,000 views on some videos, but TikTok just doesn't make any money, so I was like, why am I bothering to post videos here? So, but someone brought up a decent point, and that is, I mean, since I'm making the videos, I might as well just upload them on TikTok, and if they happen to get a shit ton of views, then I have potential to be able to monetize the TikTok account and actually make some money off of it. So,
hello there, Master Black.
Master Black has returned.
Hey, what the hell?
What?
Stupid dogs.
Stupid dogs.
Hold on, real quick.
I have returned. So, what are you guys talking about?
We were talking about TikTok. TikTok.
Ah, TikTok, my favorite.
Your favorite
I
TikTok?
never don't watch people there.
You
but I do
watch
upload
General
more.
Andrews' sister on TikTok?
What?
Hey, that's weird.
Wait,
No
hey,
way, though.
listen. If
that's
it's weird for any of us to
I
watch
know.
your sister's TikTok, then she shouldn't be posting on TikTok. I just gotta say that. If the content she's putting on TikTok is inappropriate, she shouldn't be posting it, and that's a fact.
I mean, I haven't checked it out, so I can't say anything about it.
Yeah,
but
well,
I
that's
assume...
a fact. If she is posting content that is inappropriate on TikTok, then she shouldn't be there.
Guys.
I honestly I
I
don't
will
think
post
little
it
girls
to
should be
no
dancing
longer
on
post.
TikTok. I mean, unless they were to make like adjacent accounts for if they could, I guess one option I suppose would be if they made like an underage option for TikTok, which would only allow people who are you're friends with to actually see your videos and not just any random person on the internet. That would be the only way I would approve of it. But even then, it's just like, I mean, if you're under the age of 18, you probably shouldn't be posting on TikTok.
Hey, JarJar, look, someone typed something very smart in the chat.
Someone typed in something smart in the chat.
Yeah, this guy, Master Blake, he typed something really smart.
Oh, in the
let's
Discord,
listen to this
right?
guy.
See,
In the Discord?
Not in the Discord, on the YouTube. On the YouTube.
I'm looking at the
I don't see
YouTube
it.
chat and it's not there.
I don't
It's
see it
there.
either.
It's not there.
It's not there. I don't see it.
What do you mean it's not
You
there?
typed in something in, it's not there.
It probably had something bad in it, and YouTube blocked it.
Oh, Master Black says test, yo.
No, you guys are trolling me, right?
No, we're not trolling.
Why would I? Alright. I said, let's report Andrew's sister on TikTok.
That's probably why. It's probably because I had report in it, and it probably had said TikTok. That's probably why.
Why would YouTube be against the word report?
I don't know.
Because YouTube doesn't like reporting people.
I have no idea why it blocked that sentence in particular. I do have blocked words on my channel, but those blocked words, I mean, they're like basic blocked words, like
What are they?
like certain
like racial slurs?
yeah, stuff like that. At least, well, actually, I might have forgot to do that for the green screen channel. It might only be for my main channel.
TikTok is the word. What if TikTok is the word?
But I wouldn't suggest putting racial slurs in chat just to find out.
Yeah, I'm deleting my message.
And then I also have links blocked because lots of scammers will post links in comment sections and live chats. So I just have links automatically blocked by default. So you cannot link anything in chat.
My friend's about to hit 400 subscribers.
400 subscribers.
Hey, leave right now. Okay, love you, Michaela. Bye. Alright. What?
What? What?
What?
I heard watch, and I was waiting to see something.
Watch.
No, I said I said what? I said what?
Watch what?
Wait, what?
What?
Why did they go so quiet all of a sudden?
I
What?
know, I was expecting you to say something.
Why? Why are you wondering why it got so quiet? What do you want me to say?
Oh no.
Like, why are you?
My
What are you?
sister just
What are
left.
you self-conscious
I
about?
assumed it was because I told my sister I love her when she was leaving.
Oh, you love your sister. What? You live in Alabama?
What?
Master Black doesn't get the joke.
No, guys.
Oh, I'm not American.
Master Black, stop talking. Jar Jar needs to sit with what he said.
Who? What's it? Who?
He needs a minute to just sit with what he said just now.
Oh my.
I need a what?
You need a good minute to sit down and think about what you just said.
No, I'm joking because you're being so self-conscious about how you said you love your sister, which is a totally normal thing that you should say to your sister. But for some reason you were all awkward about it.
Oh no, JarJar, that's disgusting, dude. Don't make such jokes. They make me look weak.
They make you look weak?
Yeah, cause I make dirty jokes too.
What? Well, it wasn't intended. No, it was not. I was not intending to make the joke about that. I was making the joke about Commander Andrew feeling self-conscious about himself saying that he loves his sister, which, like I said, is a totally normal thing to say. There's nothing wrong or perverted about loving your sister. You should love your siblings.
I do love my siblings.
That's good.
And if you love your siblings, help them.
And don't be ashamed of it. If you love your siblings, don't be ashamed of it.
Yeah. So Andrew, let's help your sister to be kicked from TikTok.
Yo, FBI officials here. Yo, what's going on? It says FBI, open up.
FBI.
I got you.
Why is the FBI here?
I got you. I'm opening the door right now. No problem. It's always nice to see the agents of the FBI.
The FBI is here because you called them over here. Jar Jar thinks a lot.
Called them. I didn't call them over to your place.
You made an Alabama joke. That's why.
Oh my.
I'm just saying, look, some people in Alabama, they've gained a reputation for doing things that they shouldn't be doing.
I'll be right back. What was that?
No, I was yawning. I was just trying to stop my yawning, and that's why. Trying with my mouth. Happened like that.
It sounded like you're trying to breathe underwater.
He's like Boss Nass.
Oh, it is what it is.
That's hilarious. So yeah, I told my sister I love her, so I do love my siblings.
This is
You
why
don't
you're
have to
gonna
keep
report-
talking about it. What? Why do you keep bringing it? Why do you keep bringing it up?
I bring it up because I didn't say anything when you guys were talking about that because I had to mute because my dad was in the room.
I have a better conversation, a discussion.
Hmm.
Let's discuss how to report your sister.
I don't want to
Report.
report her.
Well, she must be reported. It's for her own good.
Why does she need to be
Stay
reported?
away from TikTok.
Look, she's on TikTok. You can't stop her from being on TikTok. It's not against the law.
You sure?
Yeah, it's not against the law to be on TikTok. So,
Oh,
I mean,
so kids can do that too. No, whoa, that's not.
I
Good.
mean, a lot of people you could disagree with it as much as you want to, but I mean, it's not against the law.
Hmm.
like I personally, if
I
I
mean,
was
personally,
if
I
I
disagree with
was
it.
her parent, I would not allow her to be on TikTok at 15. I could let her watch TikTok, but I'm not gonna let her.
She was on TikTok. She was on TikTok since she was 13.
Bro, that's well. Hopefully she wasn't. Hopefully she wasn't posting at 13. But
She
I
was-
know a way.
oh, that's unfortunate.
Andrew, I know a way to stop your sister going to this.
But I don't wanna stop her.
evil site.
You can't stop her.
But I don't want to
you
stop her.
can't be stopped.
Well, still you can do it. I'll still give you the secret.
The secret.
You
Okay,
said
give me the
what
secret.
to do.
Master, because the
Let her
secrets.
play games. Make
Huh?
her a gamer.
She already is a gamer.
No, she already is a gamer.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Even that didn't
Yeah,
help?
Even that
she was
didn't
playing
help.
Fortnite just earlier. She was literally playing Fortnite earlier.
Playing Fortnite.
What you doing?
Wait, where's Melon at? I want Melon to play with me on Fortnite.
You know, I actually downloaded
this
Fortnite
game.
at one point, and then I never played it.
Yeah,
I
me
downloaded it,
too.
I was gonna
downloaded
play it,
tried
and then I
to
didn't.
play it, and I deleted it.
Jar Jar.
Hmm.
Tomorrow on the gaming channel, do you want to play Fortnite?
We're gonna be playing Minecraft tomorrow.
Oh damn, that sucks. Never mind.
No Fortnite, Minecraft. Also, I'm not really sure if I want to play Fortnite. At least not yet. I'm still having fun with Age of Empires, so. Also, I think I need to look this up, but the other day I was playing multiplayer on Age of Empires, and someone picked a civilization I didn't have the DLC for, and I was about to play with them, I think. I need to look up and see if it's possible, because if it's possible to play with other players that don't have the DLC, then because that was one of the reasons I wasn't getting some of the DLCs, is because I was afraid that other people, if they didn't have them, we wouldn't be able to play together. So we might be able to do that. I gotta check. I gotta Google it and see. Can you play Age of Empires 2?
So what about Galactic Battlegrounds?
Online.
What about the Attack on the Wookiees?
Ew.
Multiplayer with. Can you play Age of Empires 2 multiplayer with people who have the DLC?
I just got a Jabba the Hutt anatomy picture. Oh my god, ew.
What do you mean by anatomy? There's nothing there.
There was, I don't know how the hell I came across that. I was scrolling through YouTube, what's it called, YouTube community posts, and I found it.
Oh, okay, this is really cool. It says, yes, you can play Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition multiplayer with players who have different DLCs as long as you're both playing the base game. So as long as you have Definitive Edition, I could have all the DLCs, even if you didn't have them, we could still play together. And I could still use DLC stuff. That's really cool. Okay.
This I'm kind of sad right now.
Why?
Apparently, a lot of people said the best edit I've ever made. The Darth.
I need to
Darth
get
Maul
that
edit.
then.
It got 116 subscribers. It got 116 views and only 17 likes.
Okay.
For reference, the two most recent videos I posted got more than 1,000 views, and the one I posted before it has 2,300 views. So that video flopped. It flopped.
Don't
Bad.
worry, you can make another.
I made other ones. I didn't make an edit today or the day before that because me and Melon are working on Peter Griffin versus Palpatine.
Just remember, make sure never to delete your videos. This is a big mistake.
I do that because it takes up a lot of space on my tablet. I cannot have that much space taken up on my tablet.
Space. When you upload it on YouTube, I don't understand how it would take space.
No, he's talking about
What?
the videos themselves on his tablet.
No, I meant your videos on YouTube. Don't delete those.
Oh, I don't delete them. I only delete them if they're like blocked globally or they have copyright stuff on them. I only delete them if they have that stuff on them.
Yeah.
One video that's blocked globally, I haven't deleted because I really love it. And I want to save it until it becomes never mind.
Was what?
My brain disconnected.
Oh,
Why?
bad connection.
I'm trying to, yeah, bad connection. I'm trying to remember the name. Like, Jar Jar, I remember a while ago you said that A New Hope was becoming public domain. Okay, that's the word, public domain, right?
Yeah, in 2077.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it becomes public domain in 2077. The same year that Cyberpunk comes out. Yeah, the likelihood that I'll be alive in 2077 is low. I'll probably be dead.
We're all going to be alive. We're all going to be old geezers with how do you call the white stuff that you put on and you poop in them?
5.
Jar Jar, how old are you?
25.
Minus I'm doing some.
Jar
I'm
Jar.
doing the calculator. It's 52.
How
It's
old you are?
52
You're
years from now.
calculating how old you are?
It's 52 years from now. Yeah, there's a good chance I'll be dead.
Nah, that's not
You'll be
true.
Yeah.
you'll be like 90 what now?
I'll be old.
90? No.
If I could,
That's too
I
much.
don't even. A lot of people don't even make it to 90. There's a good chance I won't make it to 90.
It's not going to be 90. I'm going to be like 80 something. So he's going to
There's
be
a good chance you
70
can't.
97.
There's a good chance you won't even make it to
You'll be
80
97.
something.
Jar Jar, you'll be 97 when it becomes public domain.
Yeah.
No.
I'm dead.
No. What are those calculations?
I'm looking up my age. How old I will be? I will be 85. Yikes.
Yeah, you'll probably be
In
dead
50
too,
years.
especially if you're drinking the Dr Pepper every day.
Guys, in 50
I'm looking
years, how old are you guys?
13.
Well,
In 50 years,
I
you're gonna be
don't give
63.
people my exact age, but
50.
I'm in the
You're 25.
I'm in the later stages. I'm not
You're
close to
25.
the early 20s. I'll just say that. So
Oh, so you're you're like
You told me that you were 25. You lied to
I could
me.
be 35. That works.
No, 25.
25.
So
That
you
works
are-
too. Between 25 and 35. I'm somewhere around there.
oh. Well, then you'll probably be way dead then. You'll be
I know.
way dead
Like
when
I
it
said,
becomes
I'll
public domain.
52 years from now, I'll probably be dead.
That's not true.
I looked up
There's
25. I looked up
a
25.
high likelihood that I will be dead.
Guys, that's
did
not
it- I
true.
did it,
Guys, I'm going to be an old geezer with diapers. You guys are going to be younger than me.
How old are you, Master?
I'm 32 years old. Well, not yet, but in May I will be 32. In May
Shut
26.
You'll be
Shy
You
Guy
will
says,
not
I
live
see
to
my
see that day."
cousin was here. He informed me about the Emperor Grievous is your cousin? Well, it was good to
What?
see you here.
Ew.
It was good to see you here. Glad you could make it for a little while.
You know what that means?
See you around.
Do you know what that means?
What?
But
General
I
Grievous
don't know.
aunt. It means General Grievous' auntie did the nasty with the droid.
Okay. You don't have to do anything to get a cousin, you know that, right?
Yeah, but the people do. I mean, cousins just don't spawn.
Yeah, but Grievous got his droid parts afterwards. He was born as a Kalish.
Oh, I forgot.
He wasn't born as a
Yeah, he was
robot.
born a great warrior. And
Yeah.
then
I forgot.
he
I'm
became
sorry.
machine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense.
Makes
But Commander Andrew's brain doesn't work, so.
But yeah, I'm drunk. I mean, no.
Yeah,
not.
drunk
I
on
mean,
Dr. Pepper. Uganda Echidna's
I-
back. Yo, what's going on?
I've had enough of this conversation.
Okay.
Emperor Palpatine says, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but just saying that JarJarStudios+ is definitely not older than 30. I
Palpatine, you will be
I
over
told you it's
200.
between 25 and 35, so guess
Yeah, you
anywhere
would be
guess
dead.
anywhere in between those years and you're right. If you say 26, you're right. If you say 27, you're right. If you say 28, you're right. If you say 29, you're right. If you say 30, you're right. If you say 31, you're right. If you say 32, you're right. If you say 33, you're right.
I did
If you
it.
say 34, you're right.
Right.
And if you say 35, you're right. Or if you say 25, you're right.
He's
25.
lying.
Okay.
25 to 35
He's lying.
is my age.
Did it.
My age is 25 to 35.
He's still here. What?
Melon, do you want to play Fortnite?
Uganda Echidna says, my enemy is still here. Wait, who's your enemy?
Yeah, I want to know too.
Xavier's Animation says, according to Google, Jar Jar Binks was born 52 years before the Battle of Naboo. Really?
Okay, peace out. I'm out.
He's 52 years old?
Left.
Wait, hold on, I gotta Google that. I'm pretty sure it said he was 20 years old in The Phantom Menace. How
Who?
old was Jar Jar Binks in The Phantom Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. This is the AI answer. The AI answer says Jar Jar Binks is depicted as a young adult, likely in his late teens, early 20s, though his exact age is not specified in the film or canon materials. Cora says, how old exactly is Jar Jar Binks in the prequels? And someone said about 20 years old. So
It says that he's 50.
according to what I have found, it says that he was about 20 years old in the Phantom Menace, which means that he's about,
still 50 years.
so he'll be about 33 years old at the end of the Clone Wars.
But he was still 50 years old because he's like Yoda, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would accept that because I believe in the Darth Jar Jar theory, but technically, they probably...
Damn. Gungans typically live about 100 years. Oh, wait. Then that would make no sense. Where did you read that he's 20 years old?
I just googled it. It was Quora and AI overview. It was like two top results or something.
Yeah, because I asked ChatGPT and it says 50 years. Yeah. I don't know, when I look at him, he looks like... Oh man. In Yoda's datapad, it says that he's 41. Before the Battle of Yavin. What? Why are they all giving him different ages? Alright, some people say 20, others say 50. You know what, I'm just gonna start playing Star Wars The Old Republic. Oh, by the way, Jar Jar, have you seen Jedi Academy?
Huh?
Have you seen the game Jedi Academy, a very old game?
Yes, I believe I have.
If you have it, we can play it.
I do not have
We
it.
can custom build multiplayer.
I do not have it.
You say that you believe that you have it.
I said I do not.
Damn it. I'll find a way to have it. It's a very good game. Because the fighting mechanics there, they're just amazing. We can, if everybody get that game, we can all make a server and play together, fight each other, show our skills. I'm usually with the double-bladed saber, and I'm very good with it.
Excellent.
Indeed. So yeah, if everyone decide to get that game, it should be cheap, by the way. It should be cheap. We could all play it. I do know a place where the game can be cheaper, but I need to find that. What was it called? Damn it. Instant Gaming. This is the site. You basically you can get the game cheaper. Let's see if we have it, of course. Oh, you can actually get it for €1.
That's too many euros. I don't have any euros.
€1. One. That means $1, I guess. You can get it on. Is it for Steam? I think it's for Steam. Installation. I think this is for Steam. Do you need a link to see it?
To see what?
The game.
I don't really want to play Jedi. What's it called again?
Jedi Academy.
Yeah, I don't really want to play that game right now.
Just check it out. Just check the link. It's there are some screenshots to remind you of what it used to be. It could influence your decision. It's a very good game. Very good. It says it's $1, I guess. €1 should be $1. So yeah. They've made so much great games like Knights of the Old Republic, Jedi Academy is just awesome. Stop him from spreading more of the Peter propaganda. What Peter propaganda? Judge, are you there by the way?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's with the silence?
I was typing something.
Oh. I couldn't even hear you typing. This microphone must be good.
It is a good microphone. I mean, it cost me like $50.
Oh.
Approximately.
Mine costs much more. By the way, do you hear when I type?
Are you typing right now?
Did you hear it?
No.
Oh, so mine is very good too.
Is that how it works? The Ancient Historical says I always come back. Welcome back. How's it going?
So anyways, yeah. Jedi Academy or Steam. And yeah. If everyone wants to play it, especially you, JarJar, if you want to play it, this game is just $1.
$1.
But that's a discount.
Ancient
should
Historical
be
says,
$10.
sorry, been busy outside of YouTube. Well, you better be sorry. I haven't seen you on a live stream in so long. Where have you been? You're not allowed to do that anymore. You're not allowed to have a life. Your life is here. JarJar Studios Plus is your life now.
What if he was an adventure? An adventure?
Adventure.
Yeah.
An epic adventure.
Maybe he was fighting Sith Lords.
Sith Lords. No, you can't fight Sith Lords.
You don't know that.
It's not allowed, because I'm a Sith Lord. I would not appreciate that.
It's awesome how Robot Chicken decided to put that theory about Jar Jar being the Sith Lord.
It's true.
You remember that episode, right?
Yeah.
Palpatine being thrown by Vader and he calls Jar Jar on the phone.
Yeah.
Apologizing and he's like, oh yeah, you manipulated me. Goodbye. But he was behind it all.
Yeah. It's true.
Poor Palpatine was tricked by Jar Jar.
He was
by
deceived.
Jar Jar.
He was deceived by a lie. We all were.
Indeed. So what are you going to do with the green screen that you're doing now with the Fox thing?
I'm making. I need to. My last video had a little bit of a copyright issue, so I had to cut out the last half of the video.
Copyright with the music or?
Yeah. I accidentally included some music. It was quiet. It was in the background, so I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. And actually, the copyright system didn't even flag it. It was manually claimed after the fact.
Damn.
Actually, it was interesting because they were only gonna split the revenue with me, but I was like, you know what? No, we're not gonna split revenue. So I just I went back in YouTube and edited the video and removed the last part of the video, and I'm just gonna re-edit it and make it into a full video itself.
That's a shame. But make sure this time to remove the music with the help of an AI.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, YouTube has a feature to remove background music, but it was disabled for some reason. It was grayed out, and it said that that feature is not available for manual claims, which I don't know.
Yeah, but
I don't know why not.
It's
Though.
not the same. It's not the same. In that feature, it doesn't remove the background music. It removes the entire sound.
No, because they have two different options. They have two different options in YouTube Studio now. One option says mute the entire segment, and the other option says just mute the sound and keep everything else. YouTube has that now.
Just mute the sound.
That's what I wanted to do, but that option, for some reason, that option wasn't available that time.
So you're telling me that it removes the music, but the other sounds stay?
Yeah, it has that option now, but the option was grayed out, so I didn't.
But have you tried it?
Well, I haven't tried it because I have no reason to try it. Because. Well, it was a reason, but like I said, it was grayed out that time. I couldn't do it that time.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah.
I just got to make that joke. Saying sucks to be you.
So I gotta re-edit this one. Hopefully this one gets more videos. Hopefully it gets more views than the last one.
I've heard that it depends on the time when you upload it. Is it true?
I don't think so. Doesn't seem to matter. If the video is gonna pop off, it's gonna pop off regardless of what time of day you put it up. It really doesn't make a difference.
So what is this bluey thing? I've never seen this.
It's a
It's
cartoon.
maybe some new cartoon, right?
Yeah, it's a kid's cartoon from Australia.
Huh. And people watch this?
Yeah, mostly kids.
Kids nowadays, they haven't seen anything. They haven't seen Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. They haven't seen the Clone Wars, the 2D series. They haven't seen Samurai Jack. By the way, speaking of Samurai Jack, have you seen season 5?
I've never seen Samurai Jack.
You must see it. You must check it out.
Kids these days haven't seen Samurai Jack. Hey, neither have I.
How did you miss that? It was back in 2004.
Because I didn't watch a lot of cartoons when I was a kid.
Back in 2003.
I didn't watch a lot of cartoons as a kid. I saw... I haven't even seen all the Disney movies, I don't think.
Nah, they suck anyways.
I think... well, I agree. Most of them do suck. But Disney movies are made for little girls mostly, so... But I saw mostly old Looney Tunes cartoons, and I also saw. Well, my parents didn't let me watch a lot of cartoons, so.
Why won't they let you watch cartoons?
Because they didn't think it was good for me, so.
But now they probably changed their minds, right?
I don't know. I don't think they've changed their mind. I don't think they. I don't think they really care one way or another. I mean.
Well,
Oh,
I
we
guess,
regret not letting you watch cartoons when you were little. Like,
Well, still, it was very wrong from them for them to forbid you to watch cartoons. You know.
it was wrong? What do you mean it was wrong? Like,
Well, cartoons are not bad for anyone. They're actually good. Thanks to those cartoons, I've learned English. Can you imagine?
yeah, well, I already knew English, so I didn't need to watch cartoons to learn English, so.
Well, you learned something. Whatever it was, you learned something out of it. I hope.
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really watch cartoons, so.
Oh yeah, that's why you haven't learned enough.
Yeah, that's why
Because
I
you
haven't
haven't
learned
watched-
anything, because I haven't watched enough cartoons.
Exactly,
That's-
you haven't watched enough cartoons.
It happens, you know.
Like-
Too bad.
Have you seen Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends?
No.
Oh, that was good. It was very funny how those imaginary friends, everybody can see them, like they're not invisible.
Yeah, like some people are surprised that I've never seen, like I've never really watched SpongeBob. So
Yeah, me too. I mean, back in my days, you see, times were different. We didn't have Nickelodeon. Now there is Nickelodeon on the TV, but back then we didn't have that. We had Cartoon Network, which was a miracle, and I loved Cartoon Network, especially when I see Ed, and Eddie. That was an amazing show.
yeah, I think I saw like one episode of Ed, Ed and Eddie when I was a kid. That was it.
Mr. Nat, it's super funny, by the way. There's this episode where Ed, you see, he's this big dumb guy, but there was a pebble in his shoe, and he felt pain, and that's why he wasn't happy. He was super angry, and he was beating everybody around him. Like people were afraid to get near him because he could destroy a house just with one hand. It was super funny.
Ancient Hysterical says poor Jar Jar missed out on so much. Yeah, I missed out on so much.
Indeed, you've missed a lot.
Uganda Echidna says so that's why he doesn't have women. Yeah. Uganda says he wasn't allowed to learn about the Goofy Goober charm. That's correct. I was not allowed to learn about the Goofy Goober charm.
So, Jaja, now you have the chance to watch those stuff, you know,
Yeah.
especially on YouTube, because Ed and Eddie is very old. Like I was a child when I watched it, and my parents were against it. They were like, "Oh, why are you watching this ugly drone animation?" They called it ugly because it didn't look like human. And that's a cartoon, damn it. They called it ugly.
Yeah, well, I guess you could say my parents kind of said the same thing, which is why they didn't let me watch it, but...
Yeah, but mine, they tried though. They were sneaky. They tried, but I did not let that happen. You see, my dad, he was he was turning on the TV when I was a kid, and he turned on this very stupid Russian cartoon that is a ripoff of Tom and Jerry. It is called "Ну погоди." It means "One day I'll catch you." It's about a wolf chasing a rabbit. Basically, it's a ripoff of Tom and Jerry.
Is it a ripoff of Tom and Jerry? Because all the characters...
Tom and Jerry started back before the World War II, I think.
Yeah, I know, but like that,
During the World War
like the concept of one animal chasing another is not like a unique concept. So I wouldn't credit Tom and Jerry with coming up with the idea, because there were plenty of cartoons that feature animals chasing other animals.
Jar Jar, we're talking about a cartoon that started in the 40s.
Yeah, I know. Like
During the World War.
Looney Tunes also has Sylvester chase after a bird. It also has Wile E. Coyote chase after a roadrunner. It also has Tasmanian Devil chase after a rabbit. It also has a hunter chasing after. So it's just, I'm just saying it's not a unique concept. It's a very simple concept that anyone can think of.
Alright, so Tom and Jerry is like 10 years later, because Looney Tunes started in the 30s. In the 30s, what?
Yeah, that's why,
But,
like I said, that's why I wouldn't call it a rip-off, because it's not really a rip-off, because it's not a unique idea.
Wait. When did Bugs Bunny started? It's in the 40s. Damn it. When did Tom and Jerry started? In the 40s, February. Oh, Tom and Jerry started before Bugs Bunny.
How many months?
Tom and Jerry started in February, while Bugs Bunny made first appearance in July. There's a big difference. February was basically the end of winter, and July is basically summer.
Wow.
11 months. 5 months.
5 months.
Yep, 5 months. But I'm still, maybe there is something before then. Let me see, I need to see. What is the cartoon with animal chasing?
Ancient Historical says, I never watched a minute of SpongeBob. Ancient Historical says Lazy Town. I forgot Lazy Town.
Lazy Town, I've never seen it, but I know about it.
I seen clips of the of Sportacus, and it's honestly extremely impressive how strong he is.
Yeah, I've heard that song about making the cake with the wrapper. Have you listened to that song? Jar Jar?
Huh?
Have you listened to that song with the rapper to making the cake?
I don't know. I don't know which one you're talking about.
What do you mean you don't know? There's this song. It's a very old song from Lazy Town, but they've made a remix with a rap on it. And it was a very good remix. Also, the actress that played in Lazy Town, she's at my age. So basically, this year I'm going to be 32, and she will be 32 too. Wait a second, I need to check that. I'm not really sure now. Lazy Town cast. Here she is. She has this Italian name, Giuliana Rose Morelio. She is. Oh, never mind. She's older than me. She's 2 years older than me. Can you imagine? Oh, that's what.
Juliana, you saying?
What?
Juliana, you mean?
Juliana Rose Maurelio. That's her name. She is. Oh, but we share the same birthday. Birthday, the same birthday, May 26th. She's also born in May 26th, but I'm 2 years younger than her. Huh. I feel like a kid now. I feel like a child.
How old is she now?
She's 33.
33.
She's 33? Yeah, but she will be 34 in May 26th.
This is her, 33. At least I think this is a recent photo.
You just have to type her name. Alright, here, I'm just gonna type her name in the chat. That's her name. Juliana Rose Maurelio. Yep, that's her.
Go to her IMDb.
But,
What
don't
has she
show
been?
that on stream.
What has she been?
In any case.
What has she been in since? Nothing. She was in Lazy Town Extra, A Family Affair, and A Fix, and that's it. Oh, the latest movie was A Family Affair. It looks like it was a cartoon though. 2024. Oh, okay. Here's it. The Doc Files. Mama Mirabelle's
Jack, I
Home
don't think
Movies.
You should be showing this.
Why?
I don't know. In any case,
Why? Why?
I don't know. This is the internet. Like every time.
It's her
when you
IMDb page. There's nothing inappropriate on her IMDb page. It's just showing what TV shows she's been in.
Everything is possible. So basically, yeah. As you can see, she's older. She's older than me. Huh. And somehow I missed that because, well, I'm in Eastern Europe. We never had Lazy Town.
I never saw it either, so.
Well, yeah, but you can just use your parents as excuse. I have no. I mean, you have no excuse. I have an excuse because we didn't have it in our country. Like we couldn't see it.
Emperor Palpatine says that I said the music is too loud. Okay, fine.
What music?
Stream. There. Are you happy? I'm sorry, Emperor Palpatine. It's too loud for you. Wait, Emperor Palpatine says, Jar Jar, I was gonna tell you some good news, but I can't. The music is just too loud. Shut up! You're not in the voice chat. Just type it. I can read while the music plays. Come on.
Palpatine, get in here. Get in here.
No, Palpatine, you don't want to get in here. You'll get chewed out.
Why?
Because Palpatine makes me angry.
Have you heard him talk at least once?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is why you're probably curious to hear him talk.
Yeah, show your face, Emperor Palpatine.
I never spoke about. I never said anything about face.
Show your face. Your
Like,
wrinkled.
none of
Show
you
your
ever showed
wrinkled,
your
ugly
face.
face.
The only people here with faces, I think it's only General Andrew and me. I haven't seen everybody else's face.
True.
And my face is literally my profile picture.
Yeah. Emperor Palpatine says, but Jar Jar doesn't read the chat anyway. Shut up. I do read the chat. I just did. And I just did a little while ago. So, don't give me that shit.
Yeah. The Peppa Pig.
Emperor Grievous says, how do I unblock someone? Unblock someone where? Like, are you talking about on YouTube? Are you talking about on your phone? Are you talking about... Usually there's, in the settings, you can look for blocked people in the settings, and you can unblock people there, I think. But I don't think I've ever had to unblock anyone, so... Oh yeah, there was one person I blocked.
What?
And then I unblocked them. Because they came back and said sorry.
Oh.
I think it was ATD. I haven't seen him in a while though.
Never heard of that person, but sure.
Yeah, he was going wild one day, and I was like, you know what?
What did he do?
You know what? I'm not gonna deal with this. So I just blocked him. And then days later, he came back and said, sorry about that. I won't do it again. Please unblock me. And I was like, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, it just was this, I guess.
Mom, you promised we could stay up late.
I know I did, but we have to do the right thing by Muffin.
But you
That's very
promised.
late.
Should we have a nice slow dinner at the
My dad
restaurant?
just
Should
returned
it be
at
Good evening.
1 a.m.
Welcome to our restaurant.
coconuts and water in them?
I guess they got this parts to the boss.
My restaurant! Ah! Sesame within it!
Completely forgot there was this
Get
thing.
your chips here! Oh, hello! Would you like some? Hey! Oh,
By the
okay,
way,
okay.
Jojo, what do you think about Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig? It's
Isn't it
it's
ugly?
it's a kid's show.
It's a good show, what?
I said it's a kid's show. What do
Oh,
you want? What kind of opinion do you want me to have about Peppa Pig?
no, I think it's brainwashing kids. Look at it, it's so ugly.
Are you saying that you wouldn't let your kid watch it if you had one?
Of course I won't let my kid watch it. I'll give my kid to watch the Clone Wars.
Nah.
The 2D
Your kid's
series,
gonna
of
watch
course.
whatever he wants to watch. You
Oh,
won't
yeah,
you
but
won't be
if
able to
I
stop him.
show- Yeah, true, but if I show my kid some quality, the kid will be like, nice, nice. And when I show Peppa Pig, the kid will be like, what is this shit? Get it out of here. I don't want to see it.
What is this shit?
Indeed. I mean, listen, man. The moment they see quality, the moment they see something good,
They will
They-
flock to something like Skibbity Toilet instead.
no.
Yeah, they will.
They're gonna say, this is quality, I like it, F everything else.
No,
Screw
that's not
everything
how
else.
kids work.
Well, that's how I worked.
Yeah, well, you're special.
Uh-huh.
All the other
No,
kids,
I'm not
all the other
special.
kids,
I'm
they're
better.
they're going to immediately run to the lowest common denominator. So,
Oh, that's that.
yeah, that's just the way people are. Little kids, they like poop and fart jokes. They don't like quality animation.
By the way, have you seen Skibidi Toilet?
Yeah, I have.
Ah, you know that it is made in Garry's Mod, right?
Yeah.
It's not made in Source Filmmaker,
Yeah.
because there are people who believe that for some odd reason.
I don't know, maybe because they're similar.
No, it's because the guy who used Gmod, he added a lot of effects that you can get from the add-ons for Garry's Mod, and people they don't think much, and they're like, oh, if it doesn't look like shit, that means it's made in Source Filmmaker, but it's not. Why am I even downloading images of Peppa Pig without the background?
That's a good question. I think only you can answer.
Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe I don't know if I'm going to do that, but maybe I might try to do a video or something
With Peppa Pig?
with this crap. I don't know, adding them in something. We'll see. Time will tell. Oh my. This is terrible. The one who removed the background forgot to remove some of it.
Air Master Blex downloading images of Peppa Pig.
Yeah, also images from Lazy Town. I'm getting the guy in the blue right now. I have no idea if I'm going to use this at all, but I hope that I will. One day. Oh! It seems that the memes are in here. The frog one, for example, is here. The Pepe, the frog. You know about the frog?
Frog?
Pepe the frog, you know about it.
Yeah, the frog.
It's a great frog. Sadly, some people were against it. Because
People don't
you
like
see-
cartoon frogs. Oh, that's terrible. I don't care.
No, they're against it because bad people started to use that.
Bad people?
Yeah, neo-Nazis.
Were they really neo-Nazis? Did they know that?
yeah,
or are they
yeah.
just saying that? Because
No,
they
were.
because in America, a lot of people get called a lot of things that they're not, because people don't look at the facts. They just point and scream at each other.
I know, but those were. But you see, what I disapprove about people's decision not to use it and to hate it, I disapprove their decision for that, because you see, just because a bad person is using something, that doesn't mean that you all have to turn against that something and say, oh, this guy is using it, so it's dirty now. No, it's not. Like, for example, the hand thing, the Nazi hand thing that they used to do, that they like that it's from the Romans, but the Romans never did that. As far as I know, the Americans were doing this way before the Nazis see that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
And the mustache too. Nobody has a nobody wears a certain mustache anymore.
Yeah, it's just, well, I would understand about the mustache, because when you see the mustache and you think about Hitler, but back then they could have changed it, like it was, but they didn't change it. They made it look evil, and because of that, nowadays we know who the bad guys are when they do that. Like, you know, that Musk supported an actual Nazi from Romania, who got arrested, by the way. I forgot his name, Georgescu. His name is Georgescu.
Is he self-proclaimed?
You know, Georgescu,
I mean,
the guy they arrested,
like,
he tried to... What?
if he doesn't, like, does he say he's a Nazi? And
He was
also,
doing the
and like,
Listen,
how
listen.
are we defining Nazi? What is that?
This is why I'm trying to explain this to you.
Yeah, because a
He-
Nazi
he
means a lot of
supported the-
different things to a lot of different people.
Yeah, he supports the right, he supports the far right.
Because people on the
well,
right are not necessarily Nazis
The
because they're
far
on the right.
The far
Even if they're on the
right.
far right, they're not necessarily Nazis.
Listen, I'm not finished. He was doing this thing with the hand, and I'm not finished.
And
And he was also a very, very extreme person. And once they arrested him, do you know what they found? They found not only that he was saving a lot of money, gold, stuff like that, but they found weapons, and not just any weapons. They found machine guns. He was keeping machine guns.
so he was
can you
saving
imagine?
gold and machine guns? That sounds like what almost probably like 25% of the
This
American
guy wanted to
population
be a
does that.
politician. Yeah, but this guy was a
Saving gold and
politician.
machine guns doesn't make you a Nazi.
He wanted to become a leader. He wanted to be chosen by Romania to start ruling. He was also a big. He was also supporting Andrew Tate. Also, Elon Musk is supporting this guy. Not only Andrew Tate, but also Georgescu. Stuff like that.
So he's a Nazi because he was saving up gold and machine guns?
He's a Nazi, damn it. He's a Nazi.
That's not what. That doesn't make anyone a Nazi.
What would they make them a Nazi then?
Well, there's specific
They're also
ideologies
racist, by the way.
that.
They're also racist. They're also racist.
Well, the term Nazi means National Socialist. So
Exactly.
you'd have to believe in, I guess,
They're
National
communist.
Socialist policies, which I'm not entirely sure what. Let's see. Let's type this in. Google, help me out. What is the National Socialist
Ask ChatGPT.
platform?
Do not be trusted anymore.
Okay, the Nazi Socialist Program, a 25-point program, 25-point plan. Alright, let's see what their 25-point plan is. Number 1, we demand the union of all Germans to form the Greater Germany on the basis of the people's right to self-determination enjoyed by all nations. Number 2, we demand equality of rights for the German people in its dealings with other nations and the abolition of the peace treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain. Number 3, we demand land and territories for the sustenance of our people and the colonization for our surplus population. Number 4, none but members of the nation may be citizens of the state. None but those of German blood, whatever their creed, may be members of the nation. No Jew, therefore, may be a member of the nation. Number 5, whoever has no citizenship is to be able to live in Germany only as a guest and must be regarded as being subject to foreign laws. Number 6, the right of voting on the state's government and legislation is to be enjoyed by the citizen of the state alone. We demand, therefore, that all official appointments of whatever kind shall be granted to citizens of the state alone. We oppose the corrupting custom of Parliament of filling posts merely with a view to party considerations without reference to character or capability. Number 7, we demand that the state be charged first with providing the opportunity for a livelihood and way of life for the citizens. If it is impossible to nourish the total population of the state, then the members of foreign nations must be excluded from the right. Number 8, all immigration of non-Germans must be prevented. We demand that all non-Germans who have immigrated to Germany since 1914 be required to leave the Reich. Number 9. All citizens of the state shall be equal as regards to rights and obligations. Number 10. The first obligation of every citizen must be to productively work mentally or physically. The activity of individual may not clash with the interests of the whole, but must proceed within the framework of the whole for the benefit of for the general good. We demand, therefore, number 11, abolition of unearned work incomes, breaking of debt, interest, slavery. Number 12, in consideration of the monstrous sacrifice of life and property that each war demands of the people, personal enrichment due to a war must be regarded as a crime against the nation. Therefore, we demand ruthless confiscation of all war profits. 13, we demand nationalization of all businesses which have been up to the present formed into companies, trusts. Number 14, we demand that the profits from wholesale trade shall be shared out. Number 15, we demand an expansion on a large scale of old age welfare. Number 16, we demand the creation of a healthy middle class, its conservation, immediate immunization of the great warehouses, and their being leased at low cost to small firms, the utmost consideration of all firms in contract with the state, county, or municipality. Number 17, we demand a land reform. This is from Wikipedia, by the way. A land reform suitable to our needs, provision of a law for free expropriation of land for the purposes of public utility, abolition of land rent, and prevention of all speculation in land. Number 18, we demand struggle without consideration against those whose activity is injurious to the general interest, common national criminals, usurers, profiteers, and so forth shall be punished with death without consideration of confession or race. 19. We demand substitute of a German common law in place of the Roman law, serving a materialistic world order. Number 20. The state is to be responsible for a fundamental reconstruction of our whole national education program to enable every capable and industrious German to obtain higher education and subsequently introduction into leading positions. The plans of instruction of all educational institutions are to conform with the experiences of practical life. The comprehension of the concept of the state must be striven for by the school as early as the beginning of understanding. We demand education at the expense of the state of outstanding intellectually gifted children of poor parents without consideration of position or profession. Number 21, the state is to care for the elevating national health by protecting the mother and child, by outlawing child labor, by the encouragement of physical fitness, by means of legal establishment of gymnastic and sport obligation, by the utmost support of all organizations concerned with the physical instruction of the young. Number 22, we demand the abolition of mercenary troops and the formation of a national army. Number 23, we demand legal opposition to known lies and their promulgation through the press in order to enable the provision of a German press. We demand that all writers and employees of newspapers appearing in the German language be members of the race. Non-German newspapers must be required to have the express permission of the state to be published. They may not be printed in the German language. Non-Germans are forbidden by law any financial interest in German publications or any influence on them as punishment for violations, the closing of such publication as well as the immediate expulsion from the Reich of non-German concerned publications which are counter to the general good are to be forbidden. We demand legal prosecution of artistic and literary forms which exert a destructive influence on our national life, and the closure of organizations opposed the above made demands. Number 24, we demand freedom of religion for all religious denominations within the state the state so long as they do not endanger its existence or oppose the moral senses of the Germanic race. The party, as advocates the standpoint of positive Christianity without binding itself confessionally to one denomination. It combats the Jewish materialistic spirit within and around us, and is convinced that a lasting recovery of our nation can succeed from within on the framework the common interest over individual interest. And number 25. For the execution of all of this, we demand the formation of a strong central power in the Reich, unlimited authority of central parliament over the whole Reich, its organizations in general, the formation of state and profession chambers for the execution of the laws made by the Reich within the various states of the Confederation. The leaders of the party promise, if necessary, by sacrificing their own lives to support by the execution of the points set forth without consideration. Okay, so that is the 25 points of the Nazi manifesto, I guess. That's the 25-point program. So if the guy you're talking about is for doing all of that, then you could call him a Nazi. But if he doesn't agree with everything on here, he might not actually be a Nazi, you know. Just because some people think or agree with some things in this would not make them a Nazi. You know, there are some people that demand education for poor people as well. We call them communists. And yes,
you do realize that if you want all of those to be nowadays, with that, basically we can't call them Nazis, right? Wouldn't that mean that we can't call you, for example, a true Christian? Because times have changed. And people are no longer doing all of the things from 2000 years ago.
like what things?
Oh, the bad things that we don't mention.
What bad things? What are you talking about?
Well, you know, for example, if somebody is making magic, according to the Bible, he must not live. Stuff like that.
Well, that's not a requirement. You're not required to punish people like that in Christianity.
Well,
Because Christianity is different from Mosaic law. Mosaic law was given to the state of Israel, but was not given to Christians. In fact, in the New Testament it says that Christians are not under the law of Moses. And so if someone is practicing magic, if you're a Christian, while practicing magic is against Christianity, it's also not something that concerns you. As a Christian, you shouldn't be involved with magic because that's being in line with the devil, but you're not obligated to deal with the problem. In the state of Israel, if someone was practicing magic, there was a death penalty put in place for it, and the government was supposed to execute that person. Because Mosaic law was a state religion. Christianity is not a state religion. It exists separate from the state. And so Christians can exist under any state regime. It doesn't matter what part of the world they're in. You could be a Christian in the Philippines, and the Filipino government doesn't have to be a Christian government, and you could still be a Christian there. And same thing with China. Under communism, you couldn't be, even if they outlaw it, you could technically still be a Christian in secret. So I don't understand what you mean by it.
What about the 10 God commandments?
What about them?
Well, even if you're a Christian, you still have to do those commandments, right?
It depends if they're part of the law of Moses specifically, and only part of the law of Moses, because some laws do carry over and some don't. For example, For example, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy is something that Christians are no longer required to do, which is why we don't celebrate on we don't take the day off on Saturday anymore, because we're not Jews, we are Christians. And so it's not a requirement in the Bible for us to take the day off on Saturday, and so we don't. Instead we usually take the day off on Sunday. But there's no requirement for it to be on Sunday. It technically could be any day of the week that Christians choose to meet, they could meet. So like I said, some laws of Moses carry over and they overlap. For example, thou shalt not kill is something that carries over. You're not supposed to kill anyone.
God commandments still.
Wait, what?
Let's check the 10 God commandments still.
Yeah, check them.
Because, yeah, let's check them. Read them. Don't you want to read them?
Yeah, I could read. You can read them to me.
Oh yeah, but you're the religious one.
It's not that hard to pull up just Google it. Type in what are the 10 commandments and read them off to me.
Yeah, but I'm downloading images right now.
You can still read the 10 commandments to me.
Also, I'm reading really...
Why do you need me to read you the 10 commandments?
Because you read faster.
Because I read faster.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the 10 commandments aren't that
I'm
long.
tortured by my slow reading. Alright. Those God commandments, to me... Wait, it wasn't only about reading the 10 God commandments. I was deceived by I don't know what. What about? Aren't they supposed to be even nowadays? To be done even nowadays?
Like I said, it depends on which commandments you're talking about.
The 10 God commandments.
Yeah, well, one of the 10 is remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. I already explained to you why that has changed.
Why was it changed?
Because that's what Jesus Christ said.
When?
Read the Bible
Where?
and you'll see.
Yeah, but what did he say?
Hmm?
So I can check it out. What did he say?
Well, it's okay, so I gotta go back and re-explain this again. Under the Old Testament, there are certain laws that were created for the children of Israel to follow. Some of those laws were laws which were created for the purpose of prophecy. That is, that those laws were to point to the coming Messiah. The Sabbath day is one of those laws. In the New Testament, Jesus Christ is referred to as Christ our Sabbath, or is referred to like our rest, because the Sabbath day means rest, or Sabbath means rest, and our rest is Jesus Christ.
Oh my! I found that by the way. For in Christian theology, Jesus doesn't explicitly change the 10 commandments, but he emphasizes and deepens their meaning.
Yeah.
Oh my. This can be seen in his teachings in the New Testament, particularly in the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5-7. And other parts of his ministry. For example, in Matthew 5:2.17, line 19, Jesus says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them."
Yeah.
That kind of sounds scary. He teaches the commandments are still relevant, but interprets. How do you call this?
Interprets?
Interprets.
Yeah.
Them in a more profound way. For instance, I need to get my microphone closer. Wait, I lost it. Here it is. Jesus intensifies the commandment against murder.
Yo,
Okay, here.
Darth Melanus.
The commandment against murder, saying that even anger towards someone is equivalent to murder. Oh my. Even anger, can you imagine? He's making them even harsher.
Well, actually, the verse will say anger without a cause.
Oh yeah. Anger without a cause. Interesting. So,
So you can be angry at someone for a reason.
Does he say without a cause, or this is just something from an apologist? Or it says anger without a cause. Hello?
Huh?
Does he say anger without a cause, or
Yeah.
just?
It says
But he
Matthew
said-
5:22 says, "Whoso is angry at his brother without a cause."
Oh, interesting. All right. He deepens the commandment about adultery, saying that even looking at someone with lust is akin. How do you call this?
Yeah, akin.
Akin. Okay. Akin. Damn it.
Akin.
Akin.
Not akin. Not akin. Melon's like akin.
Acme.
No, akin as in like,
Akin.
you know how you have your kin and your kin is your relatives, someone you're related to. Well, when you say the word akin, you're saying something is similar to or related to something else.
Oh.
So
nice,
like
nice.
if you're saying so if you were to say let's see, what would be a good example? Anything that's like, so stealing a candy bar from the store is akin to cooking the books on your business or whatever. I think you
Okay,
could say.
So,
I don't know, that's
akin
maybe not the best
committing
example.
Adultery. He also encourages loving one's enemies, which goes beyond the commandment of loving one's neighbor.
Yeah.
Loving enemies.
Yes.
Well, yeah, sometimes you have to love Trump, I guess.
Sometimes you have to love
Yeah.
Putin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His teaching, Jesus doesn't discard the commandments, but fulfills them in the way that calls for an inner transformation,
Yeah.
focusing on the spirit of the law, not just the letter. The letter.
Yeah.
No, I did not get the answer that I wanted.
What answer did you want?
I forgot. Wait. It was about of all the commandments. Shouldn't Christians do all of the commandments?
No, because Jesus Christ came to fulfill some of them. And what I mean by some of them is like the ceremonial ones. For example, Jews were required to do animal sacrifices. Christians are no longer required to do animal sacrifices, and the reason why is because Jesus Christ was our ultimate sacrifice. The animal sacrifices were only around to point to the coming of Jesus Christ. And so once he arrived and he made that sacrifice for us, there was no reason any longer to do the animal sacrifices, because they were merely a shadow, a type, a figure to point to the coming of Jesus Christ. So it was in Moses' law that the Jews were required to sacrifice animals in their religion. And if you didn't do it, well, then you were punished by God. But that is no longer the case for Christians, because the sacrifice has already been made by Jesus Christ. So there's that, and then there's also the thing about, like I said, the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day is also another one. Jesus Christ fulfilled the Sabbath day as well. He is our rest, our Sabbath. And so the representation, the Sabbath day was supposed to point to Christ as well.
Okay. What about you shall not kill?
And that one still holds. That one's still a law that transfers over. People should not murder other people.
So basically soldiers are sinners.
No. There are obvious exceptions. Like, for example, you can kill someone in self-defense. The Bible does not forbid that. And you can also go to war.
We're talking about Christianity, by the way.
Huh?
The New Testament. We're talking about the New Testament.
Yeah, we're talking about the New Testament. It's still...
Where does Jesus justify that?
Well, Jesus...
I mean, I thought that he was a hippie. He was against...
You thought he was a hippie? Why would you think he's a hippie?
You know,
the hippies are from the 70s. Jesus Christ was 1970 years before the hippies.
Okay, fine. The hippies are basically a ripoff of Jesus.
No, they're not. The hippies did drugs and had sex with each other.
And Jesus did some of
That
those?
sound like
No.
Jesus to me.
Jesus Christ never had sex. He didn't, because he preached
How do you
that
know that?
because he preached that the only time you should have sex is if you are married, and he never was married, so he never had sex.
No, I mean, he was having a hooker next to him all the time.
All the time.
Maybe he was
Sidekick.
cheating a little.
Maybe
he was cheating a little. He was like, you know what? No one will see me doing it.
Well, you could make that blasphemous assumption, and many people have, but it doesn't make it true.
A lot of things were touched by people, like the Bible was touched by people. So maybe it was somewhere in it, but someone removed it probably. Anyways, enough of the jokes. Let's see. Remember to keep. Oh no, remember to keep the holy thing. That's the day, right?
Yeah, the Sabbath day.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not the keep Sabbath holy. It's remember to keep the holy. I think that's for Sunday.
What verse are you reading right now?
Oh wait, never mind. Well, I'm using Google.
You're using Google.
You know what? I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to give me that. Give me the 10 God commandments. Alright. Oh, it gives me everything in a very nice list. Cool.
Yeah, it's almost like there's 10 of them in an order.
Yeah, everything is perfect now. You shall not have no other gods before me.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, you can only worship God, you can't worship anyone else.
So basically the Trump supporters are not Christians.
Well, anyone
Because
who
they worship
worships Donald Trump as their god is not a Christian, yeah.
Yeah. Those damn mad people, those non-believers. You shall not make for yourself an idol.
Yep. No images, no graven images.
So basically here the Catholics, they're not Christians.
I personally, I would agree with that. I would say Catholics are not Christians. I consider Catholicism to be a separate religion from Christianity.
Yeah,
But for purposes of simplicity, many people do refer to Catholics as Christians, and it's under the umbrella of Christianity. That's what it's called. And so, roughly speaking, I would say, yeah, they're considered Christians, but because they hold to a lot of similar doctrines that Christianity requires.
I'm not going to accept them.
But specifically, I would say no, Catholics are not
They're
Christians.
breaking the law. They have no Christianity in them.
I would agree, but they would also disagree.
Especially
So.
those people in Eastern Europe. Do you have any idea what the hell they're doing? Like here in Bulgaria, for example, there is this village where they spin a dog and throw it into the river. And that dog, that's some sort of a ritual, and they pray to the Christian God. They say, Jesus, give us rain. We're doing this for you. I was like, where the hell did you get that? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, there's some crazy people out there.
It's super crazy. Like, they were spinning the dog and throw it into the river. Some mad rituals that have nothing to do with the Bible.
True.
Where was I? Also, what about the people who have a cross on the wall and they pray to it?
Well, I would say you shouldn't be praying to a cross. That's more of a Catholic thing. I don't have crosses hanging inside my house. So
What?
I don't have crosses hanging inside my house. So I mean, I can't.
Yeah, you shouldn't, because it makes no sense. Like, nowhere, Jesus never liked that cross. Like, he was carrying that damn thing, right? Why would people worship to a cross? Are they like, oh, everybody, oh, Jesus should have more crosses over him, like stuff like that? What the hell? Like, this cross was basically a punishment, a death penalty, and people are worshipping to it. What the hell? So
Well,
yeah, but
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mock people because they are confused about something.
Don't worry, I'll mock them instead.
So,
Wow.
I mean, I'd chill on that myself. People,
I'll do the dirty work.
there are many people that they believe a lot of things, or they're ignorant about certain things, and they just have things that they need to learn, and it's not very helpful to like laugh and mock them.
Yeah, but they don't know that we're laughing right now.
Well, for all you know, there could be a Catholic in chat, and you're just laughing at him, and he may not, and he may not, and he may not appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Well,
You gotta say for yourself, Master Blood.
I know, I don't really care if they appreciate that, because
Oh,
you see,
come on!
they
You should
haven't
care.
read the Bible.
You would care if people show respect to you, so you can show a little bit of respect to other people too.
I can show respect to them as human beings, but the moment they're like, "Oh, I'm 1000% Christian. Look at me burning this cat." Like, what the hell? That's not part of the Bible. You know, stuff like that.
Well, then you can help to instruct them so that they don't burn any more cats, and then there's
Yeah,
no
I
more
tried.
innocent cats that are burned. Yeah, but a good
I
way to
tried.
instruct them is not to laugh in their face. That doesn't
No, I'm not
that doesn't
laughing.
help
See,
to convince
I give
people.
them- I just tell them that's not in the Bible.
If you want to
You
save
know
people
what
from
they
animal
say.
cruelty, laughing in people's faces is not a good
Yeah,
idea.
and I say that's not in the Bible. Do you know?
There
what
are
they say?
animals that are burning right now because you're laughing at people.
No. Wait. I mean, I tell them I don't laugh on the internet. I just tell them.
Yeah.
I tell them that's not in the Bible. This is wrong. Do you know what they do? They attack me. They're being super mean, super rude to me.
Well,
So yeah, I'll laugh from now on to these guys. They
no,
deserve it.
no.
No.
Again, you have
That's
to
not how that works.
remember.
To me, it works.
That's not. Well, I guess it depends on the situation. If it's a person you fully explained it to and they still won't listen, but look, if anyone was watching this and they've never heard that before, then they didn't know, and you're just laughing at them, then they're most likely not going to want to
Just
listen to you.
confused.
All right, then.
And then they're
okay,
gonna
I'm
keep
going
burning
correct
cats,
myself.
and then there's be innocent cats dying
Okay,
because
I'm going to correct myself then. I laugh only at the ignorant ones.
that's the ones you're not supposed to laugh at. You're supposed to laugh at the ones.
I mean,
If you laugh
the
at
ignorant ones
anyone,
that I
if you
told
laugh at
the
anyone,
truth
at
and
least
that's what
laugh
they-
at someone who you've already told the truth to, and if they're not gonna listen,
Exactly.
then laugh
Those
at
are the
them.
people that they call ignorant. I'm not talking about the people who have lack of knowledge.
Well,
I'm
that's
talking
what
about
lack
the
of knowledge
people
is.
who are ignorant.
Ignorance is lack of knowledge.
Oh, how should I know that?
Look up the dictionary definition. It means the same thing. If you're ignorant,
Spit
if
on
you're
my
ignorant, you
dictionary.
don't know something.
Okay,
You-
okay.
You were just ignorant of the definition of ignorance.
Why not?
Emperor Palpatine says, Jar Jar, check Discord. Oh,
Yeah.
Emperor Palpatine sent me.
But
He sent me a private message. A private message
Oh,
says
let's hope
he
it's
says
not
he
no
has.
Pathetic.
He said he has severe diarrhea. He said that
What?
he told me not to tell anyone he has severe diarrhea,
what?
and he won't be able to stay in the stream because
What?
he's
Palpatine,
because he's
you
shitting all
old
over the wall.
pickle.
He said it's like explosive. It sprayed all over the wall.
Palpatine,
So he's
you
gotta-
crazy old
So he's got to
sick-
clean up his bathroom.
Well, what?
That's terrible.
You old man, how could you? You use the force too much.
He used the force to evacuate his
Ah, now you
bowels.
get it. Yeah, he used the force too much. he was basically like Goku, Kamehameha. You know Goku, right? From Dragon Ball.
No. Never heard of him. Never
okay.
heard.
Does Jar Jar knows about him?
I never watched Dragon Ball.
Dude, how could you? How could you?
I watched the what did I watch?
You watched Peppa the Pig.
No, I didn't watch Peppa Pig either. Peppa Pig was after my time, I think. Maybe if I was like
Wait.
born in 2005, I would have watched Peppa Pig, but
I'm Peppa Pig.
Yeah.
This is George.
So yeah, it's just weird how people have those icons. You know those icons, right? Of people they call that they're saints, and they literally put them there, like worshiping them.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
it-
people
it- it
people
goes
shouldn't
like, other gods,
people
right?
shouldn't worship other people.
Indeed.
That again, that's a Catholic thing.
Well, yeah. I'll still point to the Catholics.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Precious to me.
they have
So
they
what-
have a lot of doctrinal mistakes, so
Yeah, yeah. So
they're
anyways,
right. They're right about a lot of things. Like they're right that Jesus Christ is God, but they're also wrong about a lot of things. So,
Oh, I have a different opinion on that.
well,
Anyways.
obviously you have a different opinion about that. You're an atheist. You don't believe in God, so why would you believe Jesus Christ is
Oh,
God?
Obvious. Yeah, obvious. anyways, let's move on. You should not misuse.
Misuse.
Ah, it sounds like monsieur, like a French thing.
Ah, monsieur. No, it's not. It's not French. Misuse.
Okay.
Misuse.
Oh, misuse.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. It's just 2 a.m. and things are different now. Right now, at the moment, to me. So you shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God. A lot of people saying, "Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Oh God!"
Yeah, you're
God."
doing it right now.
Yeah, but I'm atheist, so I can do it.
Well,
I'm not a
you're
Christian,
an atheist, so you can do it is not a good way to go about it. Because if you happen to be
no, I
wrong,
usually don't do it.
if you
I'm
happen to
making
be
a joke
wrong,
of
you'll
it.
be in big trouble. So, put some respect.
trouble.
Put some respect on the name.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Cali.
it. Ah,
Did someone say Callie? Emperor
this?
Palpatine is trying to get timed out or something?
who's Cali, by the way?
Nobody.
Okay. Is it the great Cali from WWE?
It's the state in the United States of America. You know, Cali, California.
Nope. Oh, what about it?
I don't know. They're talking about it in the chat.
Ah, but why do you want to time him out for that?
No reason.
Yeah.
No reason.
Interesting, Jar Jar.
Don't say anything.
Have something to share with us?
No!
Fancy. Very interesting.
Ali. So anyway.
Cali expert one here.
Yeah, so basically the misusing the word God has been
Now-
done by many
now,
people. Christian.
Now I need to make something clear.
Or wasn't it Cali?
Just because somebody breaks the law of God does not mean they are not a Christian.
They broke a lot of laws though.
Yes, that still doesn't make them not a Christian. That just makes them mistaken. Because people can make mistakes and they can do
Make them,
they can
their whole
do
life.
bad things and be forgiven for doing bad things. That's kind of it's part of the
forgives
nature
them?
of the religion. The religion includes forgiveness. God forgives people who make mistakes and do and
Even the
also do
murderer?
evil things. Yes, even murderers can find forgiveness.
That doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, well. So you're saying
So anyway.
So you're saying he should send them to hell for all eternity, right?
Well, hell is basically not a place with fire. So
Actually, it is.
where did you read?
We've already gone through this like a million times. You just refuse to listen to me. Jesus Christ himself talks about hell as being a place of fire, okay? It is a place where there is fire. In the book of Revelation, it is described as a place where there is fire. It is called the lake of fire. People will be there for all eternity and they will burn
Lake of
forever.
fire, it's not hell.
The fire is hell.
No, I've read that. Revelations is made after Jesus.
Yes,
Jesus was no
it's one of the
longer alive.
apostles of Jesus who got a vision.
Yeah,
A
it was
vision
like
from
an
heaven.
old man.
Heaven is where Jesus is. Jesus gave him the vision.
You sure about that?
Yes! What do you mean am I sure about that? What? You are an atheist. You don't know about this religion. You should ask the questions, not tell me what I believe.
No, I mean, the thing with the Lake of Fire, it's about the future, as far as I know. It's about the end of the world, where everything goes into the Lake of Fire, including Hades.
Yeah, and if hell is in the lake of
Basically,
fire
Hades
and
is
you're in
hell.
in the lake of fire, you're also in hell because it's in there. You're in there.
But Hades is the hell, as far as I know. Hades.
There's two different kinds of hell. The first hell is the spiritual one because people will be without their bodies when they die, And the second one is after the resurrection, because God is going to resurrect everyone, including the wicked, and they are going to be cast in the lake of fire, which is the second death. And so it's hell. It's hell adjacent. It's actually worse than hell, because your body and your spirit will be suffering. Whereas in hell, only your spirit suffers, because you don't have a body. So yeah, hell is a place of fire. And you're going to burn.
But,
that's what, if you go there, or if anyone goes there, they will be burning. And they will be burning forever.
They'll go anywhere after them. Don't worry about it. I'll be chilling. So anyways.
That remains to be determined. But
well,
God may choose to have mercy on you anyways. He might just choose to let you into heaven anyways.
Well, what
even if you
become a Viking?
Even if you don't believe in him.
I'll go to Valhalla and I'll have fun with the other gods.
Because there are no other gods.
It's much more fun. Now, that's your opinion.
No, it's a fact. There are no other gods.
Dudes, we're talking about showing respect to religions, right? Here's respect to the other religions.
That's not disrespectful to say that your religion is not real or that it doesn't exist. Me believing in a religion, by default, that means I don't believe in other religions, which by default means that those religions are not true. If I believe in Christianity, obviously I believe that Islam is not the true religion.
Well,
obviously I believe that. Now that doesn't mean that I have to mock or belittle people that believe that, but obviously I don't believe what they believe. Otherwise I would believe in their religion and I wouldn't believe in mine.
Very well then, I don't believe in your religion.
I am aware of that.
You see, when I go to Odin and drink some beer with him, the gout won't stop me anymore. Because I have a gout, by the way, I can't drink alcohol because of this damn thing.
You will never see Odin.
I will see Odin.
Actually, you might actually see. Actually, you might actually see Odin, and the reason why is because the Bible says that all other religions are basically the worship of devils, and so if you worship like Thor or Odin, those are devils that are masquerading as gods. They're pretending to be gods. They're not actually gods. They don't actually have the power of God. They just pretend to be. And so when they end up in hell, you might end up there with them, perhaps. And if you really want to be with them, that's where they're going to be. And that is a guarantee.
No, I'm going to unite all of the gods that I like. The Egyptian
You're going to
gods,
unite
the
them.
Viking gods. I'll unite the Greek gods. They're all going to work with me, and we're going to have a lot of fun. We're gonna have a party, and Jesus won't be allowed because of you.
Well, you can have a party. I don't think Jesus would want to be a part of it.
Oh yeah.
Because all, like I said, all the supposed gods are just devils that masquerade as gods. That includes the gods of Egypt, the gods of Norway.
No. You're showing a big disrespect to gods that are very old, older than Jehovah himself.
They're not, because they.
Yes, they are.
No, because he created all the demons that pretend to be those gods. So.
How is
demons?
Yeah, the devils that pretend to be those gods were created by him.
Alright. Why would he make them?
Which means they're not gods.
Okay, why would he make them?
Well, he made them good and then they chose to be evil.
But he's almighty, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't he just get rid of them?
He's going to get rid of them.
When?
In the future.
When?
Well, no one knows exactly when. He doesn't say in the Bible when.
10 million years, maybe.
I don't think he has much of a calendar.
It's most likely not going to be 1,000,000 years. So that's kind of too long. I suspect it. I suspect it probably wouldn't be. It wouldn't be too much longer. I don't think.
By the way, why do they call hell Hades? Like Hades is this Greek god.
It's Hades is not a Greek god. Hades is a Greek word, and hell is an English word. Okay, it means the same thing. It's the exact same thing. It's just translated. It's just translated word.
What about the god Hades?
Huh?
What about the god Hades?
That's a Greek god that's made up.
Made up by whom?
By the Greeks, because it's a Greek god. That is the Greeks. The Greeks made up that god. He's a Greek, just like Thor. Thor is a Norse god because the people from Norway made up Thor. So he's a Norse god.
But you're contradicting yourself, man.
How am I contradicting myself?
You said that they were made by God, they were all demons, and then you're like, oh, they're all made up. Like that.
Yeah, they're made up because they weren't gods. Because God created them. When God created them, God created angels. Those angels fell, and then they took on for themselves different names like Odin and Thor, and they revealed themselves to these people and told them that they were gods, and they weren't gods. So there's no contradiction. What do you mean?
It makes no sense.
It does make no sense for you to pretend to be a god and not be a god. They're lying. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense.
You said the Greeks made them up, right?
Yeah, the Greeks made them up.
So they didn't exist?
Yeah, because they're not gods. I just told you they're not gods.
No, you said made them up. They created them.
Yeah, they lied and said that they were gods, and so technically they are making up. They are lying. They are making up that if you said you were president of
the Greeks made up. Instead, you should have just said that they showed up and they made themselves gods.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, you said the Greeks made them up.
Yeah, well, the ones that were revealed to the Greeks, or that came to the Greeks, or whatever.
Yes. So, anyways, what happened, by the way? Is everything okay?
What happened with what?
I don't know. You started to, you started being quiet.
What do you mean? I was just talking like 5 seconds ago.
No, you were like there, and then you were.
Did my microphone go out?
No, I know. And so I waited like few seconds.
So I didn't say something for a few seconds, and now like I can't stop talking. That's not allowed.
What's not? I know
It's illegal.
You want me to just constantly talk and never let you say anything?
What? Well,
Yeah.
I wonder if you can do that.
Dictatorship.
This is a JarJarStudios+ live stream, so
So basically, yeah. To me, the Greek gods and the Egyptian gods, they're much older than Jehovah.
I just told you that's not how it works. No.
No, the Jews, they came from Egypt. Like, what if they made up their religion after leaving Egypt?
What if they did? But they didn't.
What if?
So anyways, well, everything is. By the way, man, why can't they?
If you look at the history of the Jews, they came from Egypt after they came to Egypt. They weren't originally from Egypt. It's not like they came out of Egypt.
Yeah,
And they went there for they lived there for about 400 years, and then they came out of Egypt. But before that, they were living in Canaan.
So, what if, now those are my theories basically, but what if they were without any religion, but they saw the Egyptian religion and they were like, yeah, we need God too. but then they were like, You know what? Too many gods, too much. Let's just make one god instead.
Well, that's a theory that doesn't make any sense because the Bible already records
nothing makes
the Bible
sense.
already records that they had religion before they came to Egypt. So that's just that would be
Bible can say many things. Like for example, people being made out of clay.
yeah, because God can make people out of clay. That's not that difficult. God has all power. He can make people out of clay if he wants to.
I don't know. I'm touching myself, and that doesn't look like clay.
What? What do you
He
mean?
can make people out of clay.
He can make people out of clay. That is,
They're not made
he
out of
rearranges the atoms into something other than the clay. You don't stay clay. If he makes you out of clay, you used to be. When you eat food, it doesn't stay that food. If you eat chicken, you don't become a chicken. You transform the molecules from the chicken into yourself. And so if God picks up clay, he can make a person, he can make a person out of that clay. He can turn that clay into whatever he wants because he created the atoms of the universe and he can rearrange the atoms however he wants, including making entirely different materials.
Dinosaurs turned into chickens, though. You know? The chicken, if you look at it, it still has some stuff from the dinosaur times.
Dinosaurs
when
do
you
not turn
throw a
in.
mouse, for
Dinosaurs did not
example,
turn into chickens.
What did they do then?
Dinosaurs died. And
Yeah, they
chickens were
evolved
created
into-
separate from dinosaurs.
The chicken is basically an evolution
No, it's not.
from a dinosaur, and that has been proven.
It hasn't been
What
proven.
about the whale skeleton with legs that was found in Africa?
Who cares what skeleton they found? They can't prove that dinosaurs turned into chickens.
They can.
They
by
can't.
finding bones.
They have zero proof that dinosaurs turned into chickens. The only thing they have are skeletons in the ground. They cannot prove that a skeleton from one animal turned into a skeleton from another animal. That is ridiculous. It's fantasy. And it was made up.
By the way,
It was made up by
Jar Jar,
Darwin.
you
Darwin
don't have to
started
be
this
angry at
this whole nonsense. And it's
You
been
don't have
peddled
to be
ever
angry
since.
at what
There
we
is
talk
literally
about,
zero
okay?
proof that any animal has transformed into an entirely different animal.
Yeah, but you just deny stuff that people have proven.
They haven't
Science
proven it
proves
though. Just like they can't prove that the earth evolved over billions of years because they weren't fucking there. There's no way they can know that that's what happened because they weren't there to observe it. Science requires observation. It requires people to be there to write things down. And if there's no one there, then it didn't happen. They cannot just assume that that's what happened. That's ridiculous.
Sure. But you know that you don't have to be angry while talking.
That's true.
How was it? Use the force.
Yeah. I'm using the
Just
the
say
dark
that,
side.
use the force, Jar Jar.
I'm using the dark side of the force.
No. Release your anger. Wait, that was the wrong one. Passion is a
Going
lie,
to
damn it.
ChatGPT.
Wait, anger is a lie. There is only the force.
Bro is so rightfully mad.
Cool. Oh my.
Peace is a lie.
Oh my. But okay, you just say so you don't believe in that.
Yeah, I think it's nonsense
In,
because they weren't
well-
there. There's no way they could say that that's what happened because they weren't there. Like if they want to claim, if you have a claim, you have to have proof for that claim. They claim that life came from non-life. That at some point in time there was like a collection of soup of some kind of soup or whatever, and somehow the first cell was like spawned into existence. They have no proof for that. They weren't there to see it. They don't know if that actually happened or not. For all they know, if even if we're, if we're assuming things, for all they know, a bunch of aliens stopped off and dropped off a bunch of genetic material. But they wouldn't know. But they wouldn't know that. The point is, they don't know because they weren't there. They didn't see it. So whatever they're saying, they're making it up. This is a fantasy. They don't know if that's what happened. They're just saying that's what happened. And they're saying that's what happened because because they don't believe in God, so they have to come up with some kind of explanation. But the explanation doesn't work because they claim to believe in science, but science, again, requires observation. It requires you to be able to test theories. You have to be able to repeat experiments. No one has been able to create life from non-living matter. No one to this day. Despite the fact that we could create the perfect scenario for such a thing to happen, they still can't do it.
Speaking of, you can't prove evolution, right? What about the amano shrimp, for example?
Oh,
You don't know about, right? All right.
There's a difference. There's a difference between there are certain aspects of the theory of evolution. There are certain aspects of the theory of evolution that are completely and totally ridiculous.
Evolution. That's my question.
I am denying the theory of evolution, which states that life came from non-life and that it evolved over millions of years to create the life that we see today. I am denying that. What I am not denying is that animals have the ability to select from the genetic code which they have within them, and they create offspring which looks similar to them but slightly different. And so you see sometimes different species, subspecies, but they all come from the same animal still. Like I said before, pugs are dogs. They come from a common dog ancestor. They are still dogs, even though they have changed because of their mutated genetic code. They haven't become another kind of animal. They're still dogs. And in the same way, dinosaurs are a separate animal from chickens. They didn't become chickens. Chickens have always been chickens, and all the chickens you see today came from a common chicken ancestor. They didn't come from a dinosaur. All the dinosaurs that you would have seen if they were still alive would have came from their own unique species of dinosaur that was created by God. So yes, things evolve, that is, they change over time, but they did not come into existence from a single common ancestor. And they have no proof for that.
The whales with the legs.
Huh?
The whales with the legs.
The what with the legs?
Whales. Before they go to the sea, they had legs.
What whales with legs?
They were just going into water to hunt for fish, and evolution changed them.
What whales with legs?
They turned into whales. Whales, yes. Whales.
What whales
All
with
the whales
legs?
are coming from one species.
What species?
It sounds like a YouTube move.
It was basically an animal with legs.
And so they are. So you're saying that they are assuming that that animal evolved into whales.
Well, it had a skeleton of a whale, but it had legs.
So it was not a whale. It was something that had a similar. It was something that had a similar skeleton, but it wasn't a whale.
Similar. It looked exactly like a skeleton of a whale with legs.
Well, then it wasn't a whale. It was something other than a whale. It was another creature that had legs that also had a similar whale skeleton. But again, there is no way to prove that that animal eventually became all the whales that we see today. They don't have any proof of that. They don't know if that's the case. They're assuming that. And they're assuming that falsely because they falsely assume that all life came from a single ancestor. And they falsely assume that because their ideology does not allow them to believe in a God, because they don't want to be personally held responsible for the things that they do in their lives, and they want to do whatever the hell they want. And so because of that, they cannot allow themselves to believe in a God, because a god would hold them personally responsible for the things that they do. And there's a possibility of heaven and hell. And they don't want to stomach the idea that they could end up in hell because they disobey God. And so the entire reason they have to come up with this convoluted theory is because they don't want to imagine in their mind that something bad could happen if they don't obey God.
It's not a fantasy, it's a theory, Jar Jar. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous to waste time on
I'll
theories.
call religion a fantasy though. But
Theories
that's my
we
opinion.
can't prove. Theories we can't prove.
Well, those can be proved though.
Except they can't. You have no proof that whatever skeleton you found under the ground came from or turned into all the whales that we have today.
Is the sun a star?
Is the sun a star?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's categorized as a star.
Why do you think that?
That's what people call it. I mean, human language is required to identify things. We call the sun a star because that's what we call it. What do you want us to call it? Would you want to call it something else?
But who told you that it's a star? Is it the scientist or?
What do you mean? What are you getting at? Like if I see a tree, we call it a tree because we need a word to identify it. So who cares who told me it was called a tree? That's what everyone calls it. So that's how we identify it.
You see, in day one of the creation, God created light,
Yeah.
separating it from darkness.
Mm-hmm.
It created the first day and night.
Yeah.
For some odd reason, he made that in the first day,
Yeah.
without the sun.
So God could do that if he wants to.
You can't have a day and night without the sun.
Well, I guess God disagrees with
It will
you
be eternal
because
darkness with no sun.
how would you know that? If God created everything, why wouldn't he be able to create light particles?
On day two, God
that doesn't
created
make
the
any sense at all.
sky, separating the waters above from the waters below.
Yeah.
The sky, so there is no space. There is no cosmos.
Huh?
Does that mean? Or, well, God created the sky, separating the waters above from the waters below. What does that mean? I'm a little confused.
Well,
By the way, thanks for helping me. So I can understand.
you're welcome.
That doesn't sound like a very friendly. You're welcome. You're like, you're welcome.
Jar Jar.
You're welcome.
Palpatine said bye.
Palpatine says, Melon, Jar Jar needs to know I said goodbye to him. He'll be sad and won't be able to sleep tonight. That's true. I'll be up all night. You wouldn't want that for a little Jar Jar now, would you, Melon? Would you want that for him? No, I wouldn't want that either. Wait, where did you say goodbye? You didn't even say goodbye before you sent that message. You said goodbye in that message. Why are you calling out to Melon first to tell? Why didn't you just leave the message and then after I didn't read the message right away, then you could say, I guess he's getting ahead of himself. Alright, whatever. Go to sleep, Emperor Grievous. Get your beauty sleep. Your skin is looking a little dry.
Beauty sleep is a good thing. Beauty sleep, what can I say? So Genesis 1:6-8, and God said, "Let there be a vote between the waters, so between the waters to separate water from water. What do you mean separate water from water? Anyways, so God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it. And it was so God called
Is this
the
the
vault
whale that you
sky.
speak of with the legs?
And there was and there was evening, and there was morning,
Tasmanian devil.
the second day. Wait, what?
Tasmanian devil.
That's not a
whale.
Tasmanian devil. The Tasmanian
huge
devil looks completely different. That thing has been
Relation.
found in Africa, in Sahara.
Evolution, baby.
What?
Evolution.
Evolution.
Downgraded.
It's basically before it turns, before it loses the legs and basically turn into what it is nowadays, like different kinds of whales. Just like the bears, if you look at the bears, like the grizzly can breed with the polar bear. That's a fact.
Yeah, because they're
They
bears.
can make hybrid. But sadly, they cannot breed with the panda because the panda is a different kind of bear. Sadly, the panda is the only is basically a gene that is going to disappear after some time, and that's sad because unlike the rest of the bears, the panda is a very peaceful bear, a very cool bear.
Very
I really
stupid
like
bear,
pandas.
too.
Unlike the rest of the bears that I don't like at all because they're, they don't care about you. They're going to try to eat you
Yeah.
if they want to.
From Emperor Palpatine. Jar Jar, you haven't been reading comments for over
That's true, by the
15
way.
minutes. You is leaked
That's
out.
true.
Emperor Palpatine? Don't tell me how long I've been reading comments or not.
Oh my.
Because I literally just read a comment, probably like 3 minutes ago. I read your goodbye comment. It wasn't 15 minutes ago. You didn't send that 15 minutes ago.
Then. So yeah, the sky thing is interesting. The sky separating the waters above from the waters below. I have no idea what that means.
Yeah.
Like, do they think that the sky is water?
Who's they? What do you mean?
You know, in the Bible, in day 2, God created the sky separating the waters above from the waters below. What does that mean?
Well, there are sometimes things which are written in the Bible which don't really make sense to people. And that could be also one of those things. When you say,
that did not help me at all. I was hoping for some explanation.
well, I believe the explanation,
Jar Jar.
explanation for that is that there's,
SHIT. I said goodbye 2 times.
wait, you said goodbye. I already said goodbye to you.
Oh, you need to read it the right way. And you didn't see it.
I did. Goodbye, Emperor Palpatine. Leave.
It's not right.
Get out!
Ah, by the way, Palpatine, don't use the word God that much. This is a mistake.
So, well, he used lowercase, so
It still counts.
no, it doesn't.
It's a mistake. Don't do
Uppercase refers to God. Lowercase doesn't.
it. Yo, it's forbidden. Don't do it.
So,
Jar Jar, are you okay?
I believe there's 2 different explanations for the separating the waters from the waters. One is that there were waters. There's a theory We don't know. This is a theory. That is, maybe it's not true. We don't know. There's a theory that before the Great Flood that happened, that there was like this barrier around the Earth which helped to shield the Earth from a lot of radiation. But that's not the primary theory that I'm concerned with. Some people have speculated that that might be the case. But when it comes to separating the waters from the waters, the most obvious explanation is that the sky or that space is considered a kind of water. It's not water in the same way that water is water, but it's water in a sense that you can float through space in the same way that you can kind of float through water. And so it's referred to as waters, even though it's not literal waters like water that you drink, not like that kind of water. But if you were to see someone, moving through space, it could look similar to someone also moving through the water. And so they are referred to as separating it. It's called separating the waters from the waters.
Nah, I don't think that's it.
Well, if that's it, you said you wanted an explanation. If that's not good enough for you, then all I can say is we don't know because the Bible doesn't go into great detail on it. Okay?
That's okay.
There's some things that the Bible will say, and it will not go into extreme detail, extreme painful detail, so that you understand everything about it. And so therefore, it can be a mystery. But that's one of the explanations that I have heard, and we don't know if that's 100% the case or not. But there were obviously wherever when God was creating the earth, there was obviously some waters that he separated from some other waters. Now where those waters went, they're obviously not within our sight anymore. So maybe they're at the edge, maybe the waters are at the edge of the universe. We don't know. It's mentioned there. So it happened because God made it happen. But if it's not there anymore, then it's just not there anymore. There are lots of things that are listed and talked about. There's lots of things that are listed and talked about in Genesis which no longer exist anymore.
You don't need to mention the rest of the universe. Like, we're talking about Earth. We're talking about Earth that is in our solar system, that is in our galaxy. Galaxies, there are many galaxies out there.
Yeah, and God created all the galaxies.
Sure.
Look, if you are reading the book of Genesis, that is the explanation for how everything came to be. Obviously, if you're an atheist, you don't believe that to be the case.
You wake up my neighbors.
Don't give me that shit though. You're like, sure. Obviously you're sure. Obviously I know you're an atheist. I know you don't believe in it. You don't need to say it like that. I already know you don't believe in it. But if you ask for the explanation, don't give me that answer once you ask for the explanation. If I ask you to explain something about science, okay, I'm not gonna say sure.
Anyways, I didn't say it like that. I believe that maybe it's because of the rain. You see, there's rain, and when they look at the rain, they're like, there's water coming from the sky. That means the sky is also water, stuff like that. And that could explain why they believe that there are waters above and waters below.
Well, there are waters above. They're called clouds.
Well, yeah, they don't say clouds though.
It doesn't have to say clouds.
So anyways, let's see. God gathering the waters, creating dry land. and he created plants and trees.
Yep.
They shouldn't write plants and trees. They should just write plants.
Why are
Because
you
trees
about
are
to tell God what he should write in the Bible? Oh, you shouldn't write
Well-
plants and trees. You should write
I
this.
think human wrote this,
Well,
but
you shouldn't have called it the sun. You should have called it the star, because that's more scientifically accurate. If God wants to write it the way he wants to write it, then he writes it that way.
don't worry. Jehovah didn't tell you to tell me that. You don't have to defend him so much. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and gathered. Oh my! I can try to do it with this with a Japanese accent if I could. And gathered gathered waters. He called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said,
Called seas. Oh well. Hey, hold on. Wait, he shouldn't have called them seas. He should call them oceans. He should call them oceans, because that's
That's
the
more
proper. That's the
scientifically accurate.
scientifically accurate.
I feel this irony that you're throwing at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much sarcasm, so much. Anyways, then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees, and the land that bear fruit." Sorry, I had to fart. Anyways, and the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds. And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seeds, according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruits with seeds, it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. Huh, interesting. Well, back then the Jews didn't have a lot of stuff, like they've never sold tomatoes and stuff like that, so anyways, that doesn't matter. Huh. By the way, am I reading it good?
I'm not. Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard you mess up any words yet.
What do you mean? I was reading that. Oh, you mean, sorry, I just heard something else.
Yeah,
Anyways.
you're pronouncing the words properly. Yeah.
Yay. Day 4. God created the sun. God created
Almost.
the sun. What?
Almost. The sun.
Almost created the sun?
No. You were pronouncing words perfectly, and then you messed that one up.
Oh, damn
I
it.
created the sun.
God created the sun, moon, and stars to give light to the earth and to separate day from night.
Yeah.
You see, he's literally saying that there is day and night without the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Like they're just added there to separate them.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Like the sun produced the light. Without the sun, there cannot be light.
Well, look. When someone's designing
Also, he
something,
said the sun,
when
moon,
someone's
and
designing
stars.
something, it doesn't need to make sense to you, even if you don't know how to design things. You know, if someone was designing the World Trade Center or some really big building, and you looked at the plans and you said, "This doesn't make any sense to me," it doesn't have to make sense to you. All it has to do is make sense to the person who's making it.
Mhm. So, Genesis 1:14-19. And God said, "Let there be light in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times. Oh
Whoa, whoa,
my
whoa, whoa!
goodness.
Sacred times. What version are you reading?
That's from the Bible.
Yeah, which version?
How should I know?
Go
It's from
to the
Bible.
King. Go to the King James version.
No, it's from the Bible.
No, go to the King James version.
Why? What does it say? Mark sacred times.
It doesn't say sacred times. It just says for times and for seasons.
But I'm just gonna read what I'm reading. Sacred times.
No.
And
Read from
years.
the King James version.
I'm a Christian and I say that's so ridiculous. I'm a Christian as well and I find it both ridiculous and funny.
Thank you. So anyways, I'm just gonna read this, okay?
No. Get the King James version out. If you're not gonna get the King James version out, I'll mute you. Get the correct version. Get the correct version and read that.
What do you mean? How do you know that's the correct version that you want?
Because all these other versions that they came out with came after. And if the Word of God was perfect and pure before then they don't need to make more versions.
Okay, just
They're
go to
different.
Bible.com.
There was new ones that they made, and they have different words in them, and different words means that they say different things, and that's a problem. So, get out the King James version and read that one.
Instant.
What about Bible.com?
I'm pretty sure they have King James version on there.
Okay. So
As
let
long
me
as it
find
says
it.
King James version, and I'll know if you're reading it or not.
No, you won't. Let's see. I'll try to find it now.
Burger to meat.
What is NLT?
That's the wrong one.
In Bible.com they only have NLT. New Living Translation. Oh wait, no. They have others too. So how do you code King James?
Where are you at? Here. I'm sending you the link. That's Genesis. King James.
Let's see. Sure. Okay. Let's see this. Oh, this thing kind of looks suspicious.
It's not a suspicious link. It's a link to the King James Bible.
I don't know. Well, because it's kind of limited and they're missing stuff. That's why.
Look, if you get a virus, you can blame me. You can take me to Bulgarian court.
Sadly, we have corruption here, and basically it won't work out.
Yeah, that's true. I am an American. You wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
He is immortal.
But,
I'm an American.
oh my.
Donald Trump wouldn't let you take me prisoner, so.
Georgia, here the heaven and the earth. Do they see heaven as the sky?
There's different name. There's three different heavens referred to in the Bible. The first heaven. The first heaven is the atmosphere. So where the birds fly, they fly in the heavens, which is the atmosphere. The second heaven is space, the outward space where the stars exist. The stars exist in heaven. And then there's the third heaven, and that's the special place where God resides in a special way. And that is the heaven above all the other heavens. So there are three.
Why are there so many versions of the Bible? I don't get it.
Because Satan has a vested interest in destroying what God has to say, and so he has created a bunch of different versions to deceive people. That's the short answer.
James version of the Bible, the first Bible. No, the King
Well, it's a
James
translation. Obviously, it's not the
version.
first
No,
Bible.
let me see.
It's a
No,
translation of the.
Okay, let me
It's
read
a
it.
translation of the
Let me read
Greek and Hebrew text.
I believe you. Let me read it. James version of the Bible is not the first Bible. The King James version was first published in, oh my, in 1611. How do you call this? 1611?
Yeah, 1611.
Yeah. Why do you call it 1611? It should be 1611 instead.
Because 1 and 6 is 16, and then 11 is 11, so we
Okay,
call it
thanks for
1611.
because it's 1000.
That's
It's 1611.
that's why some people call it 2025 because it's 20 and then 25.
Yeah, Americans need to fix that.
The English people do that too. Everyone that speaks any form of English does that.
I know. So, and it is an English translation of the Bible.
Yes, it
It was
is.
commissioned by King James of England.
That's why it's called the King James Bible, because it was commissioned by King James.
And produced by a team of scholars who worked to create a more accessible translation.
Yeah, because previously a lot of Bibles were in Greek or Hebrew, and people couldn't read Greek or Hebrew. They could only read in English, so they made an English translation for the people that couldn't read it.
Before the King James, there were earlier translations of the Bible into various languages, including the Latin Vulgate.
Yeah, the Latin.
Translated by Saint Jerome in the 4th century. The Septuagint.
Yeah, which is Greek, I believe.
An ancient Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures, and several other versions in language like Old English, German. I need to fart. Okay. A.G. Martin Luther's translation.
Yep.
And E.G. Never mind. And more. The Bible itself, in terms of the collection of texts, dates back to earlier times with the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament. The Old Testament is a terrible thing though. Anyways, and the Christian New Testament being written and compiled over several centuries. Huh. And I think if Christianity could exist without Old Testament, that would be way better.
That
Because there's so
it would
much
be
better
impossible for Christianity to exist without the Old Testament,
Why not?
because the Old Testament is the foundation for Christianity. If the Old Testament didn't exist, then there would have been no prophecies about Jesus Christ, the Messiah. And if there's no prophecies about Jesus Christ, the Messiah, well, then there is no Jesus Christ, the Messiah. If Jesus Christ came to, to take away our sin, it wouldn't make any sense if we didn't have the Old Testament to tell us how all that happened in the first place. Like, the Old Testament is, again, foundational. God creates the earth in the Old Testament. It records how God created the earth. If you don't have that, then you would, obviously the obvious question would be like, who is Jesus? We don't know who this guy is. Like, the only reason anyone believed in the coming Messiah was because the Old Testament prophesied of that. So if you remove the Old Testament, the New Testament is totally meaningless.
Dude, this King James thing is super complicated. Look at that with the waters. And let it divide the waters from the waters.
You're back on the waters again?
Well, yeah, because I'm reading the King James now.
Yeah, you read that in the other version too.
No, it was different in the other version. Here it's complicated. Like, look, I'll read it to you.
Read it to me.
And God said, "Let there be firmament in the midst," whatever that means.
The firmament is
Of the
like
water.
it's like the atmosphere
What about the midst?
in the midst, like in the middle.
Oh, in the middle.
The space,
of
the
water.
space that divides the waters from the waters.
Uh-huh. And let it divide the waters from the waters. It makes no sense to me.
What do you mean?
Still, like the waters from the waters. What?
That there's a space between the
But
waters.
What waters? What are the waters? Like, it doesn't say waters above here. It says waters from waters.
That there are waters
Yeah,
above,
limited.
there are waters above that space.
I don't know. It doesn't say anything about waters above here.
Yeah, well, it's above because it's obviously, if you separate two things, one is on one side and one is on the other. And so if there's waters below and there's a space, then there's waters above, because you separated the waters that are below from the waters above, which means there's waters above and there's waters below.
Yeah, but
But-
it doesn't say anything about above and below. How do you know that?
Because it just said that.
No.
Yeah,
I
it
read
did.
something else that
You
was-
said, you just read it. It said to divide the waters from above and the waters
no,
below.
No. That was from the above. It's not from King James.
Read it again.
Do you want from the King James?
Read it again.
From the King
Yes.
James or from okay, from the King James it says, "And God said, let there be a firmament
Yeah.
in the midst
In the midst,
of
in the middle.
waters,
And what happens when something's in
and
the
let it
middle?
divide
It's
the
in
waters
between.
from the waters."
Yeah. And when there is water below and there's a firmament in the middle, then that means there's also water above. If you use logic, it doesn't have to tell you specifically that the waters are above, because you can use your brain to find out that the waters are above. If they're putting the firmament in between the waters, the firmament is like the sky. And if they're putting the firmament if he's putting it in between the waters, and there's water, and you can see the water below, you can see the ocean, you can see the water around you. Obviously, the water that's separated from the other water, where must the other water be if the firmament is in between them? The other water is above. And so there's water above and there's water below. A little bit of brain sweat goes a long way.
Uh-huh. I don't know, if you listen to scientists, they're gonna say the same thing, but
No, they won't.
yes, they will.
You
they won't.
are assuming that all scientists believe what you believe, and that's not the case.
No.
There are many scientists which many scientists which believe in Christianity. Many. In fact, I would say the vast majority of scientists are religious. Whether even if they don't even believe in Christianity, they believe in some kind of religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some kind of religion.
Yeah.
You're saying it like the Jewish religion is the first one. Yet it is not. Because you see, when people go to America, when America was found, they find people having rituals with human sacrifice, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know.
That doesn't
They had
mean
their
that
own
that they came up with their religion first.
How do you know that?
Because we know where all
They were
human
isolated.
because we know where all humans came from.
They were isolated. Where do
They were
humans came
isolated
from?
after they separated from other humans. All humans came
where
from
did they
Adam and
come
Eve.
from?
God created Adam and Eve. All humans came from them After the flood, all the humans came from Noah, and they separated from there. They went their own separate ways from there. And so, if there's any culture that exists on another part of the planet, they used to, at some point, be where Noah was, which was in the Middle East. Yeah.
Except that there's a lot of animals that you cannot find their bones.
It doesn't. That doesn't mean
East.
anything. Just because you can't find an animal's bones, what does that have to do with people and different cultures that exist around the world?
You need to have proof that they were there. There's no proof that they were there.
What proof? What are you talking about?
The animals.
What animals?
The platypus, the kangaroo, stuff like that.
What about those animals?
They were never there.
They were. You're saying they were never in the Middle East at any point in time?
Yep,
But you don't know that.
I know that because there are no skeletons found.
You don't have to
No
find
bones,
if
no
if an
nothing.
animal dies, if an animal dies and it's not covered by dirt to become a fossil, then it rots and its bones are eaten by other animals and it goes away. It's eaten by bacteria, it's eaten by ants, and it's gone forever.
Basically the bones.
The bones will be destroyed as well. Any animal that dies on the surface they will decay, including their bones.
Can be
The
destroyed,
bones will
but
eventually be ground to
bacteria
powder.
cannot destroy the bones.
Yeah, you can destroy the bones. There are lots of.
No,
that's
no,
why.
not with
That's why they
bacteria.
constantly find partial
Let me
skeletons.
explain this to you,
That's why they
please.
constantly find partial skeletons underground of animals. It's because
You
bones
can
can be
see-
destroyed just as much as the rest of the body.
But
They
It just
usually
takes
they
time.
usually last longer.
Roger,
Longer than the
hey,
actual
I'm
flesh.
listening to you. Let me listen to me too. Come on, man. Water. If you put bones in water, they can dissolve in water.
Yeah.
That's the problem with bones. Like for example, the bones of dinosaurs. You can't find them in jungles. That's not possible. It's super hard to find them because there the soil is not dry. The soil is always kind of wet.
You can't find them where?
In the jungle.
Oh yeah, because they rot.
Yeah, because the soil is not dry. The soil needs to be dry. So if you get to some soil that is super dry, you will find bones.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to explain.
And
See, it was very short and simple.
yeah, I know. And why would that be a problem for what we're talking about?
About the Middle East,
Yeah.
what kind of soil do they have?
What kind of soil? Let me ask you a question. What kind of soil do they have now?
It kind of looks dry to me.
Yeah, it's dry. It's dry now. You're assuming that it was dry 3,000, 4,000 years ago. And you don't know if it was dry 4,000 years ago. It could have been like a jungle 4,000 years ago. There are jungles all across the equator. For all you know, in the Middle East, could have been a jungle there.
If it was a jungle, then I wonder what was Jesus doing in the jungle.
That's okay. Well, that's a different time frame. We're in now. You just jumped 2,000 years.
Well, still, you see it thousands of years, so
Yeah, and the climate can change very drastically over thousands of years. So so the Middle East was not always a dry desert like it is now. At other times, it was very lush, and there was lots of green plants around.
interesting.
Yeah.
It would be
In the
something.
same way that Greenland didn't used to be all covered in ice and snow all the time. When the Vikings arrived, it was actually quite green, which is why they called it Greenland. And then a mini ice age happened during like a few hundred years around that time, and Greenland became unlivable, which is why they ended up leaving.
Oh, look at that. Yes, dinosaurs fossils have been found in parts of the Middle East. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Though they are relatively rare compared to the regions of North America or China. Some notable discoveries include Lebanon, fo- fos- damn it, fossilized dinosaur
Fossilized.
footprint and fossilized dinosaur footprints and marine reptile fossils have been found, but full dinosaur skeletons are rare. We have in Egypt the famous
Spinosaurus.
Spinosaurus. One of the
Oh,
largest
Emperor Grievous says,
carnivores
"Change the world." My final message. Goodbye. Hey, thank you for being here, Emperor Grievous. See you.
Change the world. Why changing the world?
Oh, that's a meme from I forgot where the meme is from, but it's a meme of like this robotic voice saying, "Change the world. My final message. Goodbye." And that's it. I think it was a meme that was created because of that one guy in a wheelchair that talked with the computer. I forgot what his name was. Stephen Hawking, I think. I think.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. I think that was the. I think it was a meme that was created because of
Yeah,
that.
in 2013, in Saudi Arabia, scientists discovered the first dinosaur fossils in Saudi Arabia, including bones from titanosaurs, something, long-necked herbivores,
Epic.
and belisaurid, something, carnivores, teratops. In Jordan, some fossilized remains and footprints have been found. Iran, possible dinosaurs fossils have been reported, but are not well documented. So basically, we don't know about Iran. People might be lying.
Yeah, they probably found him there too. I mean, if they found him in Lebanon, there's no reason why they couldn't find him in Iran.
Everything is possible. The Middle East was largely covered by shallow seas during the Mesozoic era, which is why marine reptile fossils like the south of who the hell is giving them names? Like seriously, what are those names?
What names?
Plesiosaurus.
The what? Say it again?
The names of the dinosaurs.
Yeah, I don't know who gives them they're stupid.
Plesiosaurus.
Please, yeah, the
the
plesiosaurus. And then, have you ever heard the Bulgarosaurus?
No. So, and Mosasaurus
The Mosasaurus.
are more common than land-dwelling dinosaurs in the region. Wow. That's very interesting. So basically, a lot of dinosaurs were found in the Middle East. Let's see. Oh, by the way, you guys know that they're river dolphins, right? Freshwater dolphins.
What about dolphins?
They exist, freshwater dolphins.
Fresh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The maniac was killing them though, like years ago. There was those terrible poachers. They were killing them
And
and
eating
they were
them.
feeding other fish with their meat. It was a very bad thing. It's basically a crime to kill a freshwater dolphin because
And they're probably almost
they can go
extinct, right?
extinct. Yeah, yeah, that's why. No, where the hell was I? So you're making me read this king thing. Damn it!
No, no, that's it.
It's really hard to read.
I'm done for now. I gotta get ready for work. So,
In the wait, what is the time for you?
huh? It's
What?
9:23 p.m. right now.
And you're gonna go to work now?
Yeah, I work the night shift at grocery store.
So basically, when you work night shift, they give you more money, right?
Yeah. Yeah, YouTube
Yeah,
YouTube
because
wasn't
yeah,
cutting it,
because
so I had to get another job. That's why I haven't been uploading as often.
yeah, because I know that the law demands it. The law, if you work at night, you should be getting much more money.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a requirement in the USA, but I do know that they do pay extra for night shift, probably because if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to get people to work at night.
That's the law everywhere, actually, except for some countries.
Let's see. Does the US require bonus as pay for working at night? The Fair Labor Standards Act does not mandate extra pay for night work, but it does require that covered non-exempt workers be paid at least time and a half their regular rate for work over 40 hours in a work week. So there's no actual requirement in the United States for night shift workers to be paid extra, but
you're still gonna be paid.
yeah, but
By the
there
way,
is there is bonus extra pay for working at night. So
hey Jaja, check if you're getting paid for extra hours, like after the 8 hours of work.
oh yeah,
If you get extra.
I'm not past 40 hours a week at that job.
No, because remember
I'm
when,
still part-time, so I don't make overtime there.
yeah, but still remember when I told you how I was exploited, and I was basically me and the rest we were forced to work for 20 hours. That's not per week, that's per day. So we basically for 3 days, the rest of the days were only 10 hours every single day, but but those 3 days were like we go to work in the morning and we return in the other morning.
Yeah.
We were not getting paid for the extra 12 hours that we've
Oh,
worked.
well, I don't have to work that many
That's
hours.
against the law.
I don't have to work that many hours.
No, I'm just saying because you didn't show any expression like saying, "What? That's unfair. This is bad. This is against the rules, against the law." And I get curious if you think this is normal or something.
No, I mean, I don't know of anyone in the in the US, I guess there's enough job opportunities that people just don't have to deal with that. So, no one has that problem because they would just choose not to work there and they'd go work somewhere else because there's a lot of places to work. So,
Yeah. Yeah, but still you guys can still look for your rights, right?
rides?
Yeah, you can look for your human rights.
Oh,
Your
rights.
worker rights.
Yeah, I don't even think. Let's see. I gotta search it up. What are can a company require you to work for 20 hours in a day in US. In the US, there is no federal law limiting the number of hours an adult employee can work in a day, so an employer can legally require an employee to work 20 hours in a day as long as they are paid for all hours worked. But very few people will probably choose to work that job and they'd just quit and they'd work somewhere else. So
Yeah, but
there's no company that I
essentially-
know of that requires that kind of hours.
Yeah, but no. They don't require the 20 hours. This is against the law. They don't write us in the working books. They do not
Well,
write that we've worked for 20 hours. They write that we've worked for 8 hours.
oh well, that's against the law in the United States.
Exactly.
And if that happens, there is a hotline you can call to demand that the company pays you what you worked. So,
Deserve.
Yeah, that's the problem. Our hotline is kind of a code line. They don't care about us, and the moment
well, I've never had
you
to
see
call
the-
it before, so for all I know, it
Well,
could be
yeah,
like that here.
but if something unlawful happens, you basically have the right to call these people to go and check what's going on there. You can do it anonymously, right? Well,
Yeah.
guess what? They're corrupted. So
Yeah.
they're not going to go check. They will go there and give the phone number that called them, saying, "Guess what? This phone number called us. He's one of yours. You can do whatever you want with it." And then they fire you.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's how Eastern Europe works.
That's so
This is
nice.
why I'm saying
Maybe
protect
that
your
wouldn't happen if Russia was in charge of your country.
Indeed. This is why I'm gonna say this to you guys, because you're both Americans. Protect your country, because if you don't, you will follow the same fate as us. And this is not good, this is bad.
Oh, we're gonna do that anyway. You just watch.
No. So yeah, protect your country, damn it.
All right, I gotta go. Hey, thank you all for watching. Melon Playground Guy, Ancient Historical, Deontay Bates, General Grievous, Emperor Palpatine. Who else was here? Commander Andrew. General Andrew, get it right. I said General Andrew. All right. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for joining me, Melon. Thank you for joining me in the voice chat, YouTube Master Black, and General Andrew. General Andrew. All right. Good night, and see you on the next one, hopefully. Which tomorrow? Let's see. Tomorrow will be Minecraft, I think. Yeah, Minecraft. So.
Ooh.
So and the Minecraft will be over on the gaming, no, not on the gaming channel. It will be on the main channel. I'm gonna do Minecraft on the main channel for a while longer so I can let people know about the gaming channel before I switch it over to the gaming channel. Because obviously a lot of people didn't get the message, so I gotta let everyone know constantly until they finally get it, and then
Gotta promote.
yeah. So I'll see you later. Adios.
See you, Jar Jar.